really that brings some excitement. Of course, there is even the chess 960, which is used as the tiebreaker, which happens even before the whole tournament. So we know that some players have more pressure because they had a worse chess 960 at the very start. And yeah, you can't really kind of calculate. You need to be fit. If you had a bad day in the rapid or in the blitz, then you have to compensate. It's really great. We have good example here, like Liam has 16 points in the classical, which means he scored really strong in the classical games. He had a rapid day, which was a bit lower, but David and Vincent had stronger points in this format. So yeah, that's I really love it.
Yeah, and also like Wang Lim is basically winning almost every game, and now today he's playing against Jules Moussard, who had all the draws so far. Of course, it's for him it's kind of a disadvantage, right? But he had some fighting draws. Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
So Laurent, tell us about your history with Biel Chess Festival.
I'm really happy with this tournament because this is something unique for me, that I first played the tournament. Okay, only the Blitz.
When was it?
I think in 2017. I came for the Blitz. At that time, I lived not too far from the Swiss border in France. And I really enjoyed the atmosphere. So the next year, when Paul called me and said, we would like to have you for the GMT, I immediately said yes. That's a fantastic
You were
offer.
very excited.
Yeah, indeed. This is really a piece of history of living history of chess.
One of the longest chess festivals, which is still ongoing. It's already 56th edition. We want to remind you, dear viewers. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's really great. There were some famous tournaments like the interzonal tournaments. Each GMT, we had a few years ago, of course, Magnus Carlsen in the tournament. But every year, the tournament director tries to have a mix of players, which makes it a mix of stars, of future stars.
Of generations.
Exactly. I think that this is something really great about Biel, that if you made a full list of chess stars, probably all of them came at least once to Biel, and this is really, really great.
Yeah, indeed, very, very exciting, and also very special that this Biel Chess Festival happened during the pandemic. It was pretty difficult to do it, I think, right? You were here that year?
Yeah, indeed. On that year, this was really special, as we had those health measures. We had to clean the boards in between every games, have those plexiglass frontiers between the players. But okay, we made it, and that makes it special about the continuity of the event. It means that even in the difficult times, we continue to organize the tournament, and that's also something we can be proud of. And I hope that the spectators enjoyed at that time the fact that we could continue to play chess even despite the pandemic.
For sure. This year we have in the field of the GMT, the average rating is almost 2,700, it's 2699. How do you feel about the field this year?
I think it's quite varied field, and what is interesting is that we don't have, let's say, an overall winner who was like winning every classical chess 960 rapid blitz. You had Arjun, who succeeded very well in the blitz, but he's struggling in the classical now. That's something I really like, that you have really a competition. All the players are doing their best, of course, in all the rates of play. But yeah, it's really great that everybody has a chance.
Maybe some last question, if you have some insights maybe from there, because you're much closer to the players than we are. Maybe you had maybe there was some situations, I don't know, in the players which has to be solved by arbiter, but I think on such high level there was almost nothing special there.
Yeah, indeed. All of them are true gentlemen. So basically, there is no kind of aggressiveness or negative feelings in general. So no, I would say nothing bad, nothing really exciting for you, sorry, to announce.
No
about
scandals.
that. No. But I had the opportunity to speak also with some other players who play in the MTO and so the Masters tournament, and they commented that really this experience in Biel is something unique in their career. Discussing with a player from America, and I really encourage all those who want to join Biel next year to book their their dates for July, and welcome to Switzerland for the next edition, number 57.
57th edition will be next year. Thank you so much, Laurent, for nice insights, for a story about your Biel Chess Festival to you. And dear viewers, exactly, don't forget, if you want to come here, you always are welcome to spectate. You always are welcome also to play yourself. So if you don't only watch the Grandmaster Triathlon being played, the top players played, but you also can play yourself in the Master Tournament maybe Amateur Tournament, maybe Main Tournament. And we're going to have a very, very short break, and we'll resume with the commentary of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Thank you, Laurent.
Thank you, Angelica. I just regret that due to my job, I can't listen to you and Arthur, but you're doing a great job, both of you. So good luck for the last rounds.
Thank you very much. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome to the Beauty Awards of the round. We're back to the 56th International Biel Chess Festival. The round number 6. First game has finished. David Navarro just drew against Yu Yangyi. It was very short game,
Yes.
but maybe you could share us some insights from the opening, or maybe some
Yes.
ideas what you prepared against, maybe what you're expecting.
I was expecting completely different openings, maybe some Nimzo Indian, maybe some Italian, similar to what we have played in Blitz, maybe some Rui Lopez. So I was sort of shocked by this because I have probably never played I had never played this line before, and I knew it to have a reputation of a very drawish line, and in the childhood, I saw some lines, but not more. And you know, in my childhood, there were some notebooks with lines, and quite some of them were wrong. So I have not really ever studied this line. Actually, I played it with colors reversed against Jose Martinez Alcantara at some chess.com blades, but we played like this. He made some move, I don't know, like a4 or a3 or h3, and I played bishop b4, so it's sort of transposed, but with some extra move.
In this position, instead of taking, it's very dangerous, to take here. Because,
yes, that much I know, and that much I know with certainty, because now black has a very quick development. I think it's now castling and then bishop c3 or rook c1, depending on what happens. But it looked very dangerous, but I did not really know any theory. I was wondering whether I should give check or play bishop c5 and let white make check, because I have really never ever studied this line seriously. I just believed it to be equal, and now I was puzzled whether Yang found something special or some way how to complicate black's task without risking anything, or whether he was just tired or maybe disappointed after yesterday's game and decided to play it very safely and also quickly. So in the end, I played bishop c5, which is of course a natural move. Actually, even king d8 could be a move, at least with the colors reversed against Jose Martinez Alcantara. He played this.
But it was in Title Tuesday.
Yes, I think it was not Title Tuesday, but something similar. Maybe the extra move which he had was h3, I mean h6 now, which protects this square, so maybe it was different after all. So I was like considering when to exchange, what to do here. White can also insert rook e1, and now he is threatening something. So I decided to take it immediately, and somehow I got into a slightly worse position. I mean, not too bad, but a little bit unpleasant. I was also not playing very quickly because I did not knew much about the position. Next, I was also tired, so I assume he was tired. Maybe he was just playing for a very slight advantage. I don't know. So actually, it can be a bit tricky because white has some ideas, like maybe sometimes, almost always rook e1, and sometimes bishop f5, sometimes f4, f5, and there is a little problem that when I play bishop d7, the pawn is hanging sometimes. I don't know, maybe white can, maybe taking the pawn right now is not so dangerous, but white can still make some move, and I have problems with some pawns. I was calculating some complicated lines. Actually, I can probably take with the bishop, but
then rook e7?
Rook e7, I have king d8. That's the advantage of not playing c6. But I was wondering about this one. It resembles the Spassky-Fischer game with colors reversed. And
yes.
Yes, this was one of the ideas which I calculated. After taking, there could be g3. And
after that game, you have to always check bishop h7.
Yes, actually, if white takes, I have c6, and I'm probably... Okay, there's c4. I don't know. I concluded that white has some h6 and bishop g8, and that he can never lose, and he can... Maybe somehow he can liberate his bishop. So I played king d7, f4. Now there's a problem with king d6 that white has c4. And it could be a bit unpleasant. After f6, white can just withdraw the rook. Actually, even this is an option, but taking on e6 is not crushing. Now, maybe now it would be, but okay. Here, black is in time to push g6, f5, so it's probably fine. So I played f6. It also took me some time to realize that this is sort of safe for black because I have rook e7 and bishop f7, and this rook is not playing so much. Because after g6 it could be unpleasant. This pawn is hard to protect, and the rook is hard to activate because after rook e7 there is bishop takes g6, and after this there could be taking and f5. I mean, it's probably not much, but quite unpleasant. So rook e3, g6. I had to calculate f5, and now black can either go back, which should be fine, or take, which should also be fine. But this is risky because of rook takes e6, or even some other moves are unpleasant. So this should be fine because taking with the bishop. Because okay, I will try to click just once. I tried to calculate this endgame a bit and concluded that black can just advance his queenside pawns somehow and should not be in much danger. I mean, I might sometimes lose this pawn, but I have some extra tempo here, and I just need to be careful not to play some h5 and not to lose this pawn, because then g4 would follow. Actually, there was even quite a funny idea. I don't know, perhaps c5 is a reasonable move, but there was even such a funny idea. Let's start with king e6. And now c5 looks reasonable because after b4 I can sometimes even exchange and push d4, and I have quite some counterplay here. But this is a funny idea, maybe with some pawn moves there. I have no idea what is going to happen now when white plays king e3. Okay, this is maybe better not to. It's maybe better not to move this pawn because I want to start my counterplay here after white plays king e3, king d3, c4. But the problem is that once I go with my king somewhere, this big pawn might become weak. So maybe it's not a good idea to play like this. But I mean, black has plenty of ideas here. This c5 should mostly be reasonable, and bishop f7 should be safe, just very slightly worse maybe, but I can also take with the pawn. I mean, okay, it doesn't matter how do I take it now, probably.
If you take with the king, then you hold the c4, yes?
When? Sorry?
So if you take with the bishop, there is possible c4?
I think now it's not such a big problem when my pawns are not fixed. But in the game, it could be a problem at some point. So g4 sort of surprised me, but this is not so great either because I can also push f5 or maybe even h5 first, and because if I push h5, f5 and put my king on f6 if needed, just to prevent white's king penetrating to g5, I should be fine because my bishop protects everything, and the position is closed. If we exchange rooks, it will be a fortress. And okay, so g4 followed. There could be some problems. So if white succeeded in playing some h4, f5 or rook h3, so I exchanged the rooks and played h5. Now after rook h3, I can play even g5 or even h4, and then g5 should probably be fine. There are many options. g5 looks sound. I just need to be careful not to lose my pawn on g5. So g5 followed, and this is basically a drawish position. I can already now play rook e8, but I decided to wait. Actually, black can even play on, but there is no point. I mean, if my opponent were rated 2,300, I would have tried to play on. Probably there would have been draw anyway, but because 2,300 are strong players, but from time to time I win such positions because I'm trying hard, and from time to time I even lose them. So after rook e5, I decided that it was not worth like moving pawns here and then having to calculate bishop takes f5 on almost every move. So I played rook e8. Now it just doesn't work because black exchanges. No, okay. Maybe doesn't exchange the rooks, but black is very much fine here, so it just doesn't work. So now this is a dead draw. Actually, there were more funny ways how to make draw, like this one. And now the bishop moves anywhere, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say here.
Yeah.
Maybe not anywhere, because if it were here, maybe there could be some sacrifice, but okay, on this diagonal it's safe.
Yeah, it was a draw. So, David, so far, I mean, we still, of course, have tomorrow's round. But so far, what is your favorite game in the tournament of yours?
It depends because there were different criteria. I mean, in terms of quality, my over Amin Bassam in classical chess is good. In terms of entertaining value, my win against Amin Bassam from Fischer and Dom Chess, my win against Le Quang Liem from Rapid, and also a draw against Arjun Erigaisi and also against Vincent Keimer. Those games were very interesting, and I'm glad that I have played so many interesting games. It seems to me that the scoring system contributes to it, but on the other hand, it's quite tiring, and towards the end, it's hard to maintain the same level of concentration and the same level of play.
During the games, do you also watch others play? Maybe something special from others' game, if you
Yes,
recall?
I like to watch other games because I am less stressed then. But I even calculate from time to time in others' games when it is really very interesting, but I should not work too hard because it's also necessary
Yeah,
to
to
relax. So.
Removes your energy from your
Yes.
own game.
Yes.
The chat questions is, where did you get this fancy tie?
My mother bought it for me, and I actually maybe even have more such ties. I had one which went well together with my light suit, but that tie is sort of retired because it has been very old. It is very old and no longer. Okay, it's no longer that clean, no longer in such a good state. So. My mother bought this for me somewhere some time ago. I don't remember. Actually, at one Czech event, the chief arbiter had the same tie, just with the colors of the pieces. No, there are no pieces. Yes, with the colors of the pieces reversed and with the colors reversed here.
Wow.
So,
Do you have some chess clothes which you like to wear? Or?
I have chess socks now.
I don't know if you
I
can
have two
see.
pairs of chess socks here.
Can you move camera?
Okay, maybe like this. From the side, I should show. It's not so easy.
Yeah, it's not so
So-
easy. Yeah.
It's a bit of sport as well.
But when you do have to do anti-cheating, you have to remove the socks. Yeah?
Actually, I even have some socks here and they have a fish motif. So I was joking that it's sock fish because there is fish painted or not painted. I mean, on the socks.
Yes, so it was stockfish. Okay, David. So you're not going to join us to discuss some games, or
I will, but just for maybe
Okay.
5 or 10 minutes because I also need to take rest.
Okay, so thank you so much for sharing insights for the game. So we're going to see you in the commentary.
You are welcome, and thank you for your attention.
And we are back. We have just been with David there near our screen to show you game. One more time, David Navarre is here with us, one of the leaders in the top 3 of the Grandmaster Triathlon right now. Welcome again to the commentary stream already.
Welcome. So I will not be here for long because I also need some rest after so many tough games and before the final round. So I will just tell you a few impressions regarding each of the other games.
Okay, so let's start maybe with a game of Le Quangliam. He won yesterday. First of all, maybe you could share some words about his performance so far, because it's incredible. He lost one game and he won everything else, and you are going to face him tomorrow.
Yes, it's incredible. This normally happens to these graphics because they cannot draw. They just cannot draw, but it's not his case. He's just playing very well, and he has not a single draw in classical time control here. And as for this opening, it's a line which I used to play regularly since about 2015 or 14, and which I still play regularly in online chess, and at times also over the board. So it's it's a solid line. Maybe there are even more solid lines, but this one gives Black chances to overtake initiative if White plays inaccurately. On the other hand, it's not easy for White to get something, but for Black, it's also not always easy to equalize completely. And there are some move order subtleties. I'm just wondering if I remember them. So Black plays Rook E8 and being ready to meet Knight E5 with Bishop B7. And playing immediately Bishop B7 is less accurate because it gives White chance to regroup with Queen C2, Rook AD1, Bishop C1 without committing to Knight E5. But somehow White managed it also in the game, so I'm wondering what has happened. I think now Black can also play something like Knight F8, Knight E6. It's one option, and perhaps also C6, if I remember correctly, is another one. When Black can sometimes exchange on E5 or just attack the knight, but my memory in opening lines is good, but not perfect, and there is a lot of theory, so I'm not 100% sure. H6 might be a useful move, but it might also be a bit of weakening. Yes, Knight C4 is a typical motive in such structures. And somehow White has regrouped and has some slight initiative. This Bishop H3 is unpleasant for Black. I don't know how much. On the other hand, if White doesn't achieve anything, his pieces might not be placed that well. So yes, actually the Knight on F5 is great now because it cannot be easily attacked. But if Black manages to play G6 later,
maybe no, but this is not possible. How can you play G6?
H5, G6 is
H5
one
to
option,
6,
but it also weakens G5 a bit. I don't know what is going on. So everything is ahead. So maybe we could switch to some other game, if possible.
Okay. So what would you expect here from Le Quangliam, maybe?
Queen B1 or Queen B2, I don't know.
Just to remove from the file.
I don't know which is better. Probably Queen B1 because somehow I have a feeling that the bishop might mostly belong to B2, although right now the bishop attacks H6, so maybe right now I can imagine the bishop going to F4 in some lines. So then Queen B2 makes more sense just to keep the C3 square under control.
Okay, so maybe we could go now to the game of Bogdan Daniel Diak against Arjun Ergaiz. It was very interesting opening.
I have not seen that much of the opening. I only saw it after about move 12 when Black was doing very well. I mean, not very well, but was pretty safe. So could we see what... Yes, I can... Yes, so White decided to go for something less theoretical, which might make sense, especially before the World Cup. I think this might be another reason why Yi Yang played a relatively modest opening today, because we all are going to play the World Cup soon.
You don't want to reveal the prep.
Yes, and now I expected him to fight for the third place, but perhaps he was tired or just found winning 2 games too hard right now because he is a great player, but maybe he is just tired a little bit. He had played 5 days tough tournament just before this.
Of course.
Yes, so it seems to me that Black is doing well here. It's a sort of position where Mikhail Botvinnik would have been happy with more space, but somehow White improved his position slowly, and then, or maybe not. I mean,
Yeah, it's a question what to do with white. Like you want to push for b4, but
yes, he wants to push for b4 without getting mated, and
it's hard.
yes, so he has not really improved his position. I saw some other bar next to the board, so it's probably more pleasant for Black, and I occasionally play similar positions, mostly with the side with more space in blitz,
yeah.
but sometimes also with the other side.
Yeah, so potentially some attack is in
Yes.
the air there, so that's why Bogdan Daniel has to be careful
Yes,
here in this position.
Actually, I'm wondering what is bishop h6 here, trying to take on d2 and pushing h4, h3 then, but perhaps it's too many moves to...
But what will white do?
I don't know, maybe rook c4 or somewhere. I mean, this is probably too optimistic a plan, this bishop h6, because it takes too much time. Maybe some h4 ideas instead, but then there was knight f3, so I'm a bit too lazy to think about.
Yeah. Okay.
Black can sometimes exchange even minor pieces and try to occupy the only free line, but I'm not sure if it's the case now. Maybe b5 now, and if the rook goes back, then c4, and if white exchanges on d4, then the bishop will be placed well on h6.
So you want to play e5 now?
b5 maybe.
b5.
Maybe.
So the idea is you want to take stakes, rook c1, or rook c1, then stepping again in the spin, yeah?
Yes, but maybe it doesn't really matter. Maybe Black does not have anything special here, so probably it's not such a great idea for Black. I mean, I would have rather exchanged and pushed h4, but it seems that it's not really much.
Yeah.
But White can play queen c2 or maybe even, I don't know, it doesn't look.
Queen c2 and then knight f3, yeah, or something.
Maybe I'm wondering. It's more pleasant for Black, but nothing so special, perhaps.
Yeah. g5. It's
At least I can withdraw the knight protecting.
you can always
I mean,
go here.
not now,
here.
but
Yeah, of
yes.
course, after the push.
Yes.
Maybe queen c5 or something.
g4 knight.
And now knight jumps somewhere.
Yes, maybe on h4 now it looks active. Yes, you are right.
So there is some play here, but of course white's pieces are also very active.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. So we will see what we're going to. The players are thinking for now. Okay, and then last game, maybe we check your the same points as you, like your point mate, because we constantly you're with the same amount of points. Yesterday you played the game. It was very, very entertaining, exciting
Thank you.
game, and yeah, Vincent Keimer against Bassem Amin.
It actually transposed into a sort of Caro-Kann. This structure can also arise from the London system. Sorry.
1 second,
Sorry.
just 1 second. Just
So it transposed into a sort of Caro-Kann structure where white should usually be slightly better, because maybe this is a little bit better version for Black, because white seems to have lost one tempo. I mean, white lost 2 tempo with his bishop, whereas Black lost only 1 tempo with his d-pawn. So Black is 1 tempo ahead, and the bishop is on b3 rather than d3, which should rather favor Black, but maybe it's not so simple. Maybe.
Yeah, the short question to you. So this this bishop c4 move, was it like rather like some kind of a novelty? Because normally bishop goes always to d3 in this position.
It seems to me that Vincent wanted to provoke d5, or maybe even knight takes e4 in some lines, because he knows this structure very well from Caro-Kann, which he plays himself with Black. I don't know if it is his main, still his main opening, probably no longer, but it is his main online opening. He has a lot of experience with Caro-Kann, and this structure can be dangerous for black because it looks all good. Everything is protected, no weaknesses, but white just somehow develops, and black sometimes has problems with the bishop c8, sometimes has problems with the king, and it's nice that there are ideas like minority attack with b5, b4, but mostly white is able to prevent it. Sometimes white moves knight on d3 in some scenario to take control of the c5 square, and e5 and b4, so it can be a bit unpleasant. Maybe not here so much, but somehow I would have been happy with white getting such a position, especially given that Vincent knows the typical motives here very well, and so white keeps more pieces on the board, and the knight also mostly stands well on d3.
Knight d3 is very good square.
Yes, sort of Carlsbad structure with the colors reversed, but here the c8 bishop is passive, whereas with the colors reversed, it is mostly behind the pawn chain. So now the a5 pawn could also become weak, but it's not maybe the biggest problem. It just limits black's pieces, because after queen b5 there is bishop c7, and when speaking about white's plan, and bishop takes a5, and when speaking about white's plan, other than attacking a5, white could also play something like queen d2, bishop h6, maybe sometimes then h4, h5. So it's going to be tough for black.
So you think that all went in the game according to the preparation and plan of Vincent?
I don't know if it was preparation or if he just reached a sort of position which he knows well, but it looks dangerous for black.
So your prediction would be that Vincent will try to push here?
He will surely try. On the other hand, Amen Bassem is a strong player who is very resourceful. Maybe he's not such a great theoretician, but he can play chess very well. But I think in this sort of position against Vincent Keimer, who is in form, it can be very tough.
Okay, David, it was great pleasure to have you here as a co-commentator for a short period of time. We are thankful that you found some time to join.
You are welcome.
And tomorrow is the final round. It is very important because tomorrow we are going to play the current leader. I don't know if he'll continue his winning streak, but we hope you will try to stop him tomorrow, right?
We will see. It depends a lot on what happens in the opening, what happens afterwards, on my form, on his form. I will try to play good chess, and what it means we will see tomorrow, or maybe we won't see. It depends.
We will try to see. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Have a good rest today.
Thank you.
Dear viewers, we're going to be back with the resuming of the commentary just in a few moments. Stay there, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Arthurs.
That was the Czech grandmaster, David Navarra, who provided us with some amazing insight, not only in his game, but also of his direct competitors. Of course, for the Czech grandmaster, this is a tough tournament, and so it's also for everybody else because it's been a marathon distance, right, Angelika? It's a triathlon, rapid, blitz, chess 960, now classical tournament, and also what makes it very interesting is that all 8 of them, right after Biel, they're going directly to Azerbaijan to participate in the World Cup.
Today is round number 6. We already been following very nice, exciting games. The game of David Navarra maybe was not so exciting, but still there were some interesting insights from him. He shared that he didn't really know that much because he didn't analyze this position before. He didn't prepare it at all, so it was a huge surprise for him. So we'll see what are the other games waiting for us.
Indeed. So let's jump back to the action and see what we have missed, since this is the last game, Angelika, you are going through with David. Let's have some fresh eyes here. Now this is where David was already saying that White's idea most likely could be queen d2, bishop h6, h4, h5 idea. Of course, I fully agree with his evaluation. I think that Bassam is in trouble. You know, I'm looking at his position, and I don't like where he's taking his game. And if I could step back for a moment, which was right after the opening, I think that there's one thing that Navarra said, which really was inviting me to explain this thought a bit further. It's the issue of the bishop, because when you have this position, Black is struggling to find a good placement of the bishop. And that's why I'm a bit puzzled, really, Angelika, that the Egyptian grandmaster played bishop c8. Now, this is the move I can't really justify. You know, I'm not sure what was behind it and why Bassam decided not to play bishop g4. Because it looks a bit more logical. I mean, if you want to play e6, don't you want to trade the knight on f3?
Yeah, that's a big question, and indeed the knight on f3 is just on the way, you know, and your bishop is on f8 is not better. But I was actually even considering to leave the bishop there. Like, if the idea would be like would play something like I don't know if knight e4 immediately, but the idea is if you take the knight with the knight on f6, then on f5 the pawn would take, and that would secure the e4 square for Black.
Indeed, I agree, right? So allowing in knight f5, g takes on f5, let's say you play the idea a6, b5, b4, because I think immediately you can't play b5, because knight f5, g takes has a surprising resource. It's almost like a fork, skewer, whatever you call it, right? Attacking these 2 pawns on b5, f5. So let's say here, even after a6, I think this position is completely playable for Black, because let's say now queen d3, you can play knight e4, you can play e6, knight e4, king h8, rook g8, it just looks all right. I mean, it's not so bad. I'm not sure why Bassam played this. He definitely had a deeper idea, and David already said, I mean, perhaps indeed the Egyptian grandmaster's opening preparation is not as great as somebody's here, right? But he's still a brilliant player. And I can only assume he thought of something, like he was trying to reach some nimzo position with b6, bishop b7. But as it happens, when you get closer, you start to have second thoughts. You realize what you were planning to do no longer really works. And I can only assume this is what happened in his game. So now he suddenly switched to knight a5, knight e7, knight b3, a5. It just looks a bit strange. It just looks a bit strange. Why would you want to imprison the bishop on c8? I don't think that this is what he wanted to do in the first place, but now he's here.
I think that bishop on c8 it will be main aspect of the position. Why it will be better most of the time for White, because okay, normally even in these pawn structures you might have the bishop on c8. You might have it, but you would have it there from the beginning of the game. You know, you're not developing, but he developed the bishop, and then he went to the back, and then he closed it. So I don't know. I'm really unsure about this decision, and
just better for white. I mean, there's no question about it, right? So this rook a1 threat, huge threat. David already said if the queen goes to b5, you need to account for bishop c7. Queen d2, bishop h6 is an idea. Also, I would like to add that the knight on g3, you can always improve it. Knight f1, knight e2, knight f3, knight f1, knight h2, knight g4, knight e5, knight f3 idea. I mean, there's a lot of ideas here. The knight on g3 is not playing, so how is black exactly planning to improve the bishop? I don't know. And also look at the clock. I mean, he is down on 40 minutes with 20 minutes to go.
Absolutely. Like we have still 20 moves to play, so around 2 minutes per each move he has in this at this particular moment. But it's a very difficult position. As Arthur said, it's so easy to play for white. It's so easy to find the way. There is so much space. You have plenty of ideas. But what black has right now is a queen standing on b6. It's the only probably active piece in the position. Okay, maybe bishop on g7 we can say also. But besides that, I mean, knight is restricted. Bishop on c8 is not something what you want. Your rooks are doing nothing on d8 and f8. This is not a heavy position black is in right now.
Indeed. Okay, I mean, the only active idea I can think of for black is rook e8, f6, e5. Can he do this? Maybe there's an idea to f6 immediately. I mean, you got to try something. Now, the key point is that queen e6 probably is a mistake because there's a take, and I see something along the lines of knight e5. You see, I'm attacking the rook on e6, the knight on d3 is under attack, but of course, I mean, white can always just sacrifice the exchange, maybe even on f6. Oh, sorry. F takes on e5, bishop e5, and I think this is a position that black is not really enjoying, but it still should be able to hold it. I mean, b6 and, you know, 2 pawns for the exchange, not great. The knight on e5 is superb, but maybe black is holding. But anyway, if you go back to this position, perhaps white can choose not to take. And then it gives black some ideas to play this e5 idea and open the bishop potentially on c8. Not sure.
Maybe it was a plan to still keep 2 bishops for black and just try to push for e5. I mean, it's possible. The other question is that you are going to have again this.
You're going so far here with the idea bishop c8. It just doesn't look right.
Yes.
I mean, like I already said, I do believe that he had the best intentions, but sometimes at some point you realize it's simply not working. I think he dropped the idea of b6, bishop b7 for whatever reason. Like here. I'm not sure why he didn't play b6 to reach this Niemann-Zoll sort of position. He just realized it's not good. But we always can ask him this question. And I think that he knows it's not good. And he's looking for this f6 right now, or maybe rook e8.
You have to always be careful because rook e to a1 is always an idea. Rook e to a1, trying to open that file, maybe queen could protect the pawn, queen c2 or something, protecting the pawn on b3 and big troubles with the pawn on a5. So
can we try to push this actually? Let's say f6. I mean, of course, queen e6 is a major move which you have to calculate. But what about this one? Is this even working? Because if this idea e5 is not working, the pawn on a5 you can say goodbye.
Maybe just take and bishop g5. And now you can take almost at any moment on a5.
I'm going to sacrifice this pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to, if I'm playing with black, rook
maybe
e8.
queen c2 first, protect the pawn, and then take on a5.
Oh, you noticed the pawn on b3. I wasn't even looking at that, to be honest. Yeah, rook a5.
But actually, yeah.
Queen b3, but I thought I'm going to rely on the power of my center backed by 2 bishops. That's what I wanted. I didn't even see the pawn is on b3. But you're right, yeah, there's queen b3 as well. But I think the main problem for Bassam here is that queen e6 is a move.
Yeah.
And he played something. What did he play? He played rook e8.
So he's maybe trying to prepare this idea. f6, e5 is indeed in his mind right now. We can see he's putting the pieces there because he's supporting the e-pawn.
All right, now this starts some forced lines. Okay, what about rook a1? Yeah, the pawn on b3 is attacked as well. So let's say we play f6.
But we can always play queen c2 and a5 will be hanging for free. We don't have to give it up.
Maybe queen
Queen
Not sure.
D1.
D1, C2, which is better? Okay, C2, fine. E5,
So now take bishop G5,
attacking the rook.
knight F or bishop F6. No, I think knight F6. Yeah, you have to keep the bishops if you want to claim some kind of two bishop advantage. You have to keep the.
Yeah, you want to keep the position as complex as possible, right? So this, of course, calls for knight F6, rook A5. No, it's not so bad, you know. I mean,
The center is still there.
you have two bishops, you have harmonious pieces. White only has an extra double pawn. I can
Yeah.
easily imagine him foregoing this. But then again, we go back here after F6, even before rook A1. Keimer might have other ideas.
Absolutely. I mean, actually, any moment there could be something like bishop G5, you know, because the rook cannot move, and you provoke some move like knight F6, bishop F6,
but
F6.
F6, no?
F6. Ah, sorry.
I mean, black wants to play F6.
Black wants to play F6. Yeah.
Yeah, black wants to do that. Okay, perhaps white can play something like knight d5. No, actually, I think what makes perfect sense here is to try to improve the knight on g3, because if you look at the position more closely, the knight on d3, bishop before, rook e1, queen e2, they stand perfectly. So what about the knight on g3? I think Keimer dreams putting the knight on either f3 or g4. So can he do that and not focus on this pawn on a5 so much? Can he play knight f1 here?
Knight F1, knight H2. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure knight h2 or knight e2. I haven't yet decided. Okay, maybe knight h2 to give extra.
Yes, extra option with
Extra option.
G4.
So you play e5,
I guess take. First,
takes.
Bishop
Now I play here.
5.
By the way, there's always the option to play bishop e3, provoke d4, and then play bishop g5. So, okay, difficult to tell. But let's say bishop g5, you play knight f.
But wasn't there actually on d4 bishop d4 and take on e8? You takes, bishop e3, bishop d4,
Maybe.
and then take. The bishop is hanging. This is
Sure,
some
I mean,
crazy
this rook at a3,
position.
yeah, it's disconnected from the game.
Yeah, that's a problem, yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's not a problem. But somehow, I mean, the first thought in my mind is that White's army is disorganized. So the knight on h2, the knight on d3, the rook on a3, the rook on c8, there's no communication between these pieces. And this is usually dangerous because if, let's say, black can somehow attack with a queen, two of your pieces, it's going to be very difficult to defend them. So you
Yeah.
need to have some harmony. Okay, but what about bishop g5 here?
Yeah, bishop g5, it's for sure.
And now I can even grab this pawn
Yeah, now you can.
and strengthen with f4 and knight f3. You know, Angelica, this looks much more like it, but no. Keimer played rook e1.
Yeah, we were looking right at this one of the moves. We were looking at it. So he's saying you can try to push for e5. I don't care. I want to grab the a pawn, and maybe he's trying to point out that once you push e5, the d5 will be one of the weaknesses I'm going to try to attack.
Okay, here we go again, f6. I mean, who said that white has to take the pawn?
Yeah, just. I mean, we looked, I think, at queen c2 or some similar line, right?
Okay, what about now? We start with knight f1. e5, takes.
Bishop g5.
Oh wait, why even why we are taking the pawn? Why not knight? It makes sense. We're opening the bishop, right? So why take with the pawn? There's always knight e5.
But then d5 will be weaker, so now.
I'm not sure. It always go forward. Bishop f5 is a move. Rook a5 is impossible. There's knight c4.
Yeah.
White is simply dropping material. And if you take bishop g5, now I have more resources for black, like sacrifice the pawn. Wait, I have to move the rook, obviously. Rook d6 something, d7, f7. And the pawn on b3 is still under attack, by the way, after rook a5.
Yeah, that's why actually I wanted, instead of knight f1, to play rather this queen c2. Like, if he goes for a plan, so instead of knight f1, queen c2, but okay.
I like this, you know, because then again after rook a5, e5, d takes, again, big choice between knight e5, f takes, and e5. I'm not even sure I understand what's the difference, what's better. But both f takes and e5, bishop g, and knight e5 look playable. This line also looks playable, but then again, you have to calculate what happens after knight e5. Queen b3, who knows? All right, so big moment here, which could have massive implications on the overall rankings, because I think that Keimer is quite happy to see Navarro playing a draw. This means that if he scores a victory here, he is going to jump ahead of the Czech Grandmaster and keep his hopes alive to win the tournament. So let's again select another game.
Let's go with Le Quangliam, right?
Let's start with the leader, of course. We have to check the game we haven't seen for a while.
What a night. There on d6 and on f5. Oh my god, long time we haven't seen this game. I think last time we checked, with Navarro, we checked that knight was on f5, but now we see knight is already on d6. This is, I mean, we talked about it, right?
With David, yeah?
Yeah, and with you also, that Jules is playing the unstable opening, right? Normally he always stable with his queen's gambit declined. Today he decides to go for the queen's Indian, so like completely changing everything, go for the completely complicated position with a plan of c5, which he has to do it, right? He doesn't have anything else.
Well, it somehow doesn't stick together, because I'm not entirely sure, Angelika, if rook e6 is a great plan of queen e8. I remember David was telling you this, right? Because he felt that after bishop h3, this rook on e6 could be under some problems. Maybe he got to try this h5 g6 to get rid of this knight. This knight on 5 is so annoying. But then again, if you play h5, you create more weaknesses. I'm not sure. I mean, where exactly the Frenchman is misplaying this position. Yeah, already David said this knight c4 is a common idea. I already said it before. A typical maneuver, d takes, the bishop is trapped. Not trapped, but giving white a favorable exchange. So knight e3, some pressure, c6 makes sense. a3, you want to keep the bishop. Knight f5. This doesn't feel right, because now after bishop h3, indeed, you see all kinds of, dare I say, ghosts. You see all kinds of retreats with the knight, and the rook on e6 doesn't have any good squares. And that's why he played a c5, you know, trying to change the game. But this is also where the white rook is positioned to attack this pawn. Knight b5, fork threat, rook c6, bishop f4, fork threats, queen d8. I think it just proves this was not a good idea. I mean, again, look at this, right? So first he played rook e6, queen e8. Now he started to see some ghosts after bishop h3. He played c5, and now everything falls back, right? So basically acknowledging what I played was just not good.
I think the main point is that Jules is just not, doesn't have maybe big experience in this position, and he's not familiar with many or like some of the ideas, and now he's trying to realize those during the way of the game, how the game goes, and maybe he couldn't already stop this knight c4 idea, he couldn't stop this knight b5 idea, and now he indeed is in quite some trouble, yeah, because knight jumped all the way to d6.
That's a monster knight.
That's a monster knight, and now he's even saying that I'm going to stay with the isolated pawn.
This is looking incredibly dangerous for him, Angelika, and you're right. You're absolutely right saying about having no experience in the position, because there's one thing what you cannot prepare for a line which you haven't practiced. That is the feeling of the position. And this is very, very important, because let's say, imagine yourself, you're playing a game, you have this very important game, and you decide, listen, for this particular game, I'm going to prepare a new idea, a new line. So let's say I'm playing all my life Sicily and Najdorf, and I'm going to prepare Karakan. So I prepare everything. I study chessable courses. I study big databases. But there's one thing you cannot learn, and that is the feeling. You know, the feeling of these positions, the typical maneuvers, nuances. No matter how you study it, this is what you accumulate from experience. You're playing these lines over and over and over. I'm not saying that's the case here, but I can definitely relate to this, because when I also, myself, I remember when I switched from Sicilian, from black to e4, e5, I would get very good positions after the opening, but I would lose a lot of games. And why? Because in then, it's those nuances and those feelings which require you think a lot. And also look at the clock. I mean, Jules, he has already 25 minutes on the clock with 16 moves to make.
This is, yeah. This is not a funny situation Jules is right now. I completely agree with Artur's. I myself sometimes also prepare something what I have not played before against much stronger players to try to have some chances, but it can always backfire, I mean, for my level. But even on such top level, among the 2,700 players, it is indeed something you have to understand. The practice makes you have more understanding. Why did we have Bassam Amin winning the games in the King's Indian attack? Because he simply had more practice than Arjun, right?
We had this discussion,
yes.
Right? I mean, Arjun was playing this line against Bassam, and Bassam had played literally thousands of games in that position. That's why, of course, it was so easy for him. And no matter what guys he had prepared for that game, he had to feel this position. He did not feel it, and that's why he lost it. This could be very similar.
Absolutely, and we have some games on the board, so he decided not to suffer with the knight on d6.
Yeah, he's trying to get rid of it. Now the big question is what happens after either knight e6 or bishop d6. Let's start with knight e6. I see knight c5 here. Okay, where does it lead us? Black wants to take on d6. So most likely
knight b7.
Knight b7.
Knight d3.
Yeah, knight e3 has got to be the critical move. Knight e3, knight e8. Okay, where does this lead?
Wait a second. If rook d8, it's up a piece for white.
So you got to take indeed
on f4.
Here, 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 and black is down on material.
Down on exchange, yeah.
Yeah, and just a terrible position. So probably not very good.
Wait, but then what is yeah?
Okay, so once again, knight c5, knight b7, knight e3, knight e8. Looks pretty forcing. Knight e1, knight c6. No, black cannot do this, right? So after knight b7, it's all suffering here.
Yeah, I think even white is not forced to take on d4, like, you know.
Of course, yeah. He might play even bishop e5
yes,
something.
like,
bishop d4, position the bishop along the knob. No,
yeah,
that's terrible.
like it's because you have doubled isolated pawns basically.
That's what we are seeing on the board. He took with the knight. He took on b7, knight b7, and you're right. He might choose actually something else. Bishop d4 often in these positions is regarded as a great bishop.
The idea might be that bishop e5, maybe knight c5 back, yeah, and then you're saying I want you to take with the queen.
Yeah, but you need to calculate also rook c3.
Yes, that's the point.
What happens here? Queen d4, rook b3, maybe a final chance for black to complicate matters, but look at this. I mean, this is so suspiciously looking position for black.
Maybe b4 in the starting position. I mean, in this position, b4, the idea is just to restrict the knight, but I don't know what about rook c3, yeah?
Same idea. Oh, why not just take it? Yeah, you can always position the bishop on e5 if you want. Knight c5, I guess. Try to kill one of the bishops. I mean, if this position gets open, it's going to end real quick. I mean, if there's going to be something like e4, position opens, these monsters here, they will decide the game. Because there's no secret. At least, that's the common knowledge. The bishops are stronger pieces in open positions.
Absolutely.
Together, they are even stronger.
Yeah, exactly.
So
here, like queen b2 or some, just remove queen, protect the pawn on b3. Queen b3, there is no knight e6.
I mean, there's a lot of good moves.
There are a lot of good moves, yeah.
Yeah, so Right now, this could have big implications on the overall rankings, and who knows? Maybe we could actually have our winner already after today, because if all the stars align for the Vietnamese Grandmaster and he wins this game, and if Keimer finishes in a draw, or if Keimer doesn't win, let's be more precise. If Keimer doesn't win, and if Wang Liam wins this game, that's it. It's over.
Exactly, we are going to have our winner already one round prior the end of the tournament. I mean, this is quite something incredible. You know, considering also the fact that actually, like Wang Liam, he was doing not so well in chess 960. He was doing also not so well in Rapid. Last year, actually, he won Rapid. So last year, when he was playing Rapid, he won this part of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And this year, he just said, I will just win in classical chess. He had 1 year to prepare, and now he's number 16, right? This is absolutely incredible.
Absolutely insane at this level, not to play for a year, then come back to play the first classical tournament in a year again in Biel and crushing everybody in the classical portion. That just shows his insane skill, right? So Liam, he is working full-time at Webster University as a chess coach. He has substituted Susan Polgar, and he's preparing a very strong team of foreign grandmasters, all kinds of invited professionals who are studying at Webster University. The university chess in the United States, it's booming, and Wang Liam is helping it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so looks really impressive so far. If Liam indeed is going to win this game, then that will be 5th victory out of 6. I mean, of course, it's still early to tell, but things for the Frenchman, they're not looking good.
Indeed, they're not looking that well, but of course, we still have Vincent, and Vincent isn't in the front seat, actually, so we just check the game. So maybe we check maybe the last game we have not looked at, Bogdan Daniel Diak against Arjun Erigaisi, and then we can go back to one of the leaders, Vincent Keimer.
So,
not much changed, actually. I mean, there was just h5, h4 push. This was, I think, David said that could be an idea.
I agree what David said. Most likely, Diak is just tired, you know. Otherwise, I can't really explain this unambitious play he's playing today. Again, all of this started with a very offbeat line, essentially reaching the position with white that normally black gets. And black has definitely no issues here. Better bishop, open h-file, no weaknesses. There's some pressure against these pawns. And I'm not even sure if white is interested here to play b4. Because ideally, if white pushes b4, at some point, you need to watch out. Black playing a5. Maybe not here, of course, because it's just a bad idea. But here, if at some point later black plays a5, b takes, and b takes, now look at this. He has the bishop on f6. And this pawn is rolling forward.
Yeah, this is something what Bogdan Daniel has to evaluate properly before pushing this b4. This is indeed an idea, and David, when he was here, he said yes, he has this idea. But the question is, does he want to go for it? Because he has to understand once he is doing it, he's going to create the potential passer for black, and maybe he doesn't have to do it, doesn't want to do it. But the question is how to continue the development. He goes. He answered our questions before it's on the board.
I guess he has to do it at some point, but I guess we are going to see. So most likely the trade will happen. White takes with the pawn, or does he? Does he take with the pawn? Maybe he takes with the queen. Not entirely sure.
There is also, queen.
To play a4 and not to mark these pawns as weaknesses. But also 8x on b4 does make sense because if he can play b5, fix a weakness on c6. But of course, I mean, black is not going to miss this. And I think that white should be quite careful not to venture in some endgames where black could play, let's say, a6 or b5. And this pawn might become a weakness, and after b5, a5, this is already outside pass pawn. Okay, maybe he has to play b5 here. Fix this as a weakness. I mean, look at this. This is a weakness, right?
Yes, this is
Potentially a weakness. So most likely white will play queen takes on b4. And then let's say king g7, king g2.
there could be some e6, bishop e7,
Maybe
but yeah, the king.
maybe centralize the queen. Rook h8, try to scare some mate ideas. But I mean, white plays a4. No, I guess it's about balanced. And if Diak wants to be ambitious in this game, I guess his only chance here really is if black is gonna overdo it. But both of the players are not really fighting for top 3 right now. And the best that Erigaisi could do with this game is if he wins the game, he might actually climb quite a bit. Because once again, if I may, as you are seeing the overall rankings, Erigaisi is right now in the 6th place. So for Diak, things don't look really so great in overall rankings because even if he wins, the best he can do is climb to the 7th place. So maybe no big difference, 7th or 8th place, the best case scenario, 6th place. For Erigaisi, it's different because if he wins, then he might overtake Musar and Yu Yanyi and actually climb to a 4th place. So there's a little motivation for Erigaisi.
Yeah, he played a brilliant Blitz tournament, and that's thanks to that he got this chance. We remember the times before the Blitz tournament, he was on the 7th place. He was almost sharing the last place with Bogdan Daniel. But now in the end, Grandmaster has some chances finally to get into the prizes. I mean, I think it should motivate him to keep on fighting, to keep on going, scoring this 4 valuable points at the finish of the tournament, because it's not only important to that you start tournament well. Of course, he didn't start tournament that well, but it's important to finish it well to get as higher place as possible for him.
So probably queen b4. But I guess we are going to see. I don't really believe a6 on b4 will be played, but we are going to see. So who else we haven't seen for a while?
It's our second leader, Vincent Keimer.
Let's go to this game.
Oh my God, what is going on?
There's some changes.
There is some massive changes. So he took on a5, he gave up on b3, somehow it felt that there should be 2 pawns for black in the center, but now we saw that there was no center for black.
Oh, immediately e5.
Okay, that was not expected, right?
I definitely didn't expect. I thought black
Wow.
wants to play f6, e5. So Bassem is trying to change the game. So he sacrifices a pawn. Obviously, white cannot take with a bishop or a knight because then you have some... Oh, wait. You can actually take with a knight. I thought f6 is a big move, but there's knight e7 intermezzo move. So knight e5 was a move to be played. Anyway, Keimer took with a pawn, d4, an actual pawn sacrifice.
Giving up another pawn. So he took.
He took it, d takes, b takes, queen b3. Now black is down a pawn, and he is dreaming to activate his pieces, and that's why Keimer senses time is of the essence. I have to play quickly, and that's why knight e4 is on the board. Not really protecting the pawn on c3, but more eyeing for the d6 square, maybe also f6 square.
Wasn't it too rush decision for black to push for e5 immediately?
Yeah, but I mean, we have discussed this earlier in some previous broadcasts that when you have a difficult position, more mistakes are coming, naturally, because the good moves are just not there. So naturally, when we look at this position from the black's perspective, we already agreed. Black is sort of in trouble. I mean, the position is not great. And no matter how good position, no matter how good moves you're going to make, your position is still bad, right? So that's why experienced players, what they're doing, they're trying to change something. And that's what Bassam is doing. He's trying to radically change the game. Of course, there's risks, but there also could be big rewards because let's say if the opponent cannot adapt to the game, how quickly it's changing, the Egyptian Grandmaster could take over the game. But against Keimer, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, knight e4 is a great move, protecting on c3, threatening knight d6. The pawn on e5 is right now in full control, it's protected. Rooks on a5, I mean, rooks on a file are not yet doing much, but they are active. They can anytime join any other file. For now, it was important to open a file. And again, the big question for black. What is your bishop doing on c8?
I think this is also, it has something to do with tiredness, Angelika, because that's what David said here when he was earlier with us in the studio. It's a long tournament, and they also have to think further because end of July starts the World Cup. All of them are playing there. Okay, most of them are starting from round 2. Jules Moussard is the only one who is playing round 1, although he's going to be a big favorite to win the match. So they have to, also balance the strength, how much energy they're spending, and that's why, for example, for let's say Yu Yanyi, who is not having a great tournament so far. He felt, okay, listen, maybe it's a better idea to save some energy here today. Also for Diak, perhaps, who is right now at the last place, he's trying, to salvage some energy. But those who are fighting for top prizes, I don't think they're sparing any energy here. So Keimer, Navarra, if he could only today unleash everything he could, he would have done it. And also like Wang Liem, I think he's definitely going to push a bit harder today to secure this victory. And yeah, then maybe relax later.
Yeah, but all the players, I mean, majority of the players got used to this tough schedule, having event after event, event after event. Vincent shared in one of the interviews that he finished the school finally, he has time for chess, and he's mostly playing, training. That's how he's everyday schedule looks like. Of course, he's trying also to relax because he cannot just work all the time or play all the time. But for example, like Wang Liem, it's incredible. It's complete paradoxes because he has not played a single classical event. So he just was playing this rapid tournament, this play-ins for this online, this chess tour, how it's called, like this, all the different names compared to the company. And yeah, basically, we see that he's just scoring incredible. For now, he's having 4 out of 5, which is no other player has right now.
That's right. So the question is what Bassam plans to do here. If he only could somehow activate the bishop on c8, the pawn on e5 is protected. I mean, the rook on a5 also does something. It protects the pawn. On top of that, knight e6 is a big threat. Okay, maybe you have to play something like b6. To remove the rook here, pray that knight e5 works, but I somehow have my suspicion. So even rook a7 is a move, taking away bishop b7 and knight e5. I don't think this works. Takes, and it's pretty obvious. There's knight f6 check, and rook e5 is gone.
Yes,
So if you don't play b6, what do you do?
big question. I mean, b6 looks...
Is there some other ways to activate the pieces? Okay, knight f6 doesn't work, does it? I'm opening the file here. I mean, knight f6, that will be quite something if I could get this with black.
Yeah, but
of course, I take with the pawn, right?
Yeah.
What else? How do I activate the knight and the bishop?
Knight b6 looks very loose. It looks very loose, right? Knight b6.
f5, knight b6. What other ideas?
Knight
F6.
f8.
I mean, if you play f6, I mean, the intuition of the Grandmaster immediately tells there's got to be something. I mean, the king is weak, and I think Bassam is too experienced to fall for this. There's definitely some kind of reputation. I don't see it immediately, but I definitely sense it. Maybe he's thinking about f6. Here, rook e6. There's got to be something. But if you ask me where is it, I don't immediately see. Maybe trap the queen somehow. Here.
I think he played none of the moves. He didn't play with a rook. He didn't play with a knight. He didn't play with a b pawn, but he played with the h pawn. Interesting.
Not out of good life, I guess.
So his idea that at some moment there is no bishop g5, but why would it be so important in this position? I think the task number one you have to fulfill, it's your knight on d7, it's your bishop on c8. You have to make the pieces working.
Right, maybe he just doesn't have any good moves, so he just plays h6 just in case, secure the g5 square, await white to define his choice, and then make his decision later. So perhaps knight e6 could be a move, attack the exchange. But I think that this is immediately trouble. Rook e6 and rook b5. How on earth do you protect this? So the queen is trapped. Queen c3, rook c1. I think it's very straightforward, no?
Yes.
Wait, just a
Very,
second.
very straightforward.
Once again, knight e6, such a tempting move.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you played knight e4. Now you protected the pawn for a moment, but knight e6 is a big threat. Black cannot take on c3.
Yeah.
So rook
okay,
move, rook
no.
e6.
It's just lost. It's just lost, right? I mean, I don't see any even idea here. Okay, maybe rook f8, but I mean, if you really play h6 and to plan after knight e6 to play rook e8, things are very bad, right? So.
Things are very bad.
Okay, still a rook b5, and not to lose immediately. Maybe queen e6.
But in that position, could queen take on c3? Queen c3?
Ah, here.
Because now bishop is protected, yeah?
I mean, I don't really care too much about this pawn. I care about my piece activity. So queen
queen
d4,
d4.
I could play for some domination here, like
But
rook
maybe
c4.
almost trapping, yeah?
I mean, not really, but I mean, this cannot be good, right? I mean, for perfect harmony, black needs to put the bishop on h8 and knight b8 and just resign, you know? Because, I mean, somehow things did not go well for black. It's just very, very passive. But then again, we can't really blame him for not trying because the good moves are just not there. And you see on the clock, Bassam has 70 minutes with 15 moves to make. I think it's just tiredness, you know. He just realizes, okay, I mean, let's just play out this game until then, and whatever happens, happens. But a golden opportunity for Keimer, of course, because the young German has been showing some brilliant chess here. And yesterday, I mean, Angelika, he had this absolutely stunning winning idea against Navarra. In case the viewers, you did not see that in the beginning of the broadcast, go to Biel's YouTube channel and check out the recap I made this morning. Keimer had a very beautiful victory yesterday.
Absolutely stunning idea, but of course it was very, very difficult for him to calculate. King was in the massive trouble, but if it was on the board, I mean, it would have been one of the best games in the Biel Chess Festival.
Absolutely. Now, Keimer is probably thinking, wait, why my opponent is allowing me to play knight e6 with no resistance? I mean, there's got to be a trick. And the more time he's going to spend, the more he's going to realize there's no trick. I mean, I should just play knight e6. So 42 minutes, I think it's safe to say that 5-10 minutes, this is what you want to spend here. You want to make sure you're not missing anything, because in the previous games, Keimer has shown amazing mature approach. He's never rushing. And sometimes people just forget that he's only 18 years old.
Absolutely. He is the youngest participant in this edition of Grandmaster Triathlon and has almost the best experience, the most experience here in the Grandmaster Triathlon Biel Chess Festival. He has been here last 4 years. It's his 5th participation here in Biel. I think it's his fourth participation in Grandmaster Triathlon. The 1 year before he played in MTO. So yeah, he's very, very strong and in very good shape in this tournament.
Absolutely. So, what else do we have here? I'm looking at, so one, two, three games are ongoing. So we can go back once again, perhaps, to the tournament leader. And see if we have any more moves. We left it here, where we said, I mean, black is obviously suffering. Now there's your move, Angelica. You wanted to play b4 to limit the knight on b7. There's knight c5, knight e6. I think this was a key defense for black.
And actually, in the both games we have, there was one of the key ideas to have the knight on d6 in this game and Lech van Gliemen and Vincent Keimer. It's pretty interesting. Yeah.
All right. Bishop g2, white targets the pawn on d5, and still no new moves.
Again, time trouble for Jules as well.
Right. You know, Angelica, my proposition is that we make another break right now, because I have a feeling that the action is not going to happen just yet. Because let's recap what we're seeing right now. So this game, Jules Massard with black against the tournament leader, Lech van Gliemen. 70 minutes for Jules, but most likely Liam, if he's going to sense there's a critical moment, he's going to want to spend some time. So 10, 15 minutes, we are not going to miss anything. Going back to Daniel Bogdan Diak against Arjun Erigaisi, there's still no time trouble. The position is equal with some minor tricks. Again, I think it's safe to say that this game is not going to have any dramatic turn of events in the next 10, 15 minutes. And finally, the game of, which was it, Vincent Keimer against Amin Bassem. I think that Keimer is spending here at least of his remaining 39 minutes. I can easily see him spending 15, 20 minutes for the next couple of moves. Again, trying to make sure why knight e6 is working, unless, of course, somehow magically Bassem stops the clock. I don't think so. So please stay with us. We are going to make a break of 10 minutes. We have one more interview to show for you, right? I don't think we have shown it.
Yeah, no, we haven't shown. So one more interview from the Beauty Awards. Again, we would like to remind you that the players who play in the open tournaments, the master tournament, main tournament, or amateur tournament, have a chance every single day after the end of the round to submit their games for Beauty Awards, which are actually decided by you, dear viewers, followers of the Biel Chess Festival on Instagram, on Twitter. The polls are happening every day in the evening, and in the morning on the next day we are always having the interviews. So now we're going to see one of the interviews, I believe, from round 5. So stay with us. We're going to be back and enjoy the interview.
See you very soon.
Welcome to the Beauty Awards of the round 5. I'm having here with me Ramadugu Akshay from the HTO tournament, main tournament here in Biel Chess Festival, and he won the Beauty Awards of his beautiful game. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It was a very nice game and relatively short. Could you share us with maybe your opening preparation or some interesting move ideas, lines you are looking?
Yeah, sure. So before this round, I prepared for Dutch. I checked his game. So we have one game with Dutch. So I prepared, but he played triangle system. So which I felt very happy because 2 years back I lost the game in that variation. So I prepared with engine. So yeah, okay, d4, d5, c4, e6, and c3, c6. E4, this is a triangle system. D into E4.
Very sharp line.
Yeah, thank you. Knight into E4. So here I prepared like knight F6. I thought he will play like knight F6. So if they will play like knight F6, then I will took knight into F6, queen into F6. So I will just play like knight F3. So castle. So have to play like bishop B4. Then I will play like bishop D2. If he took bishop into D2, then I will took like queen into D2. You have to do a castle. So I will play like 000. So we have to play rook d8 with the idea of c5 something. You have to open the center. So I will play queen e3, just supporting a knight, and I will move like I will attack like g4, h4, and here it's good for white. So come back to okay, bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop into d2. Okay, he
yeah.
took queen into d4.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
very sharp. Yeah.
yeah, it is also preparation. So I took bishop into b4. So the diagonal is the bishop diagonal is doing good. So he took queen into e4. So bishop e2 and knight a6. He's developing in the queen side with the forcing moves. So I played bishop a5, threatening checkmate.
Just 1 second, because I play myself this. I mean, not right now, but I play this 9, and here is a move bishop f8. Do you know this?
No.
Because the idea is if king takes, there is a checkmate.
But
This, and the idea is that you want also to take here. Okay, it's also a very sharp line, but I just wanted to show very briefly.
okay.
Okay, but bishop a5 is also fine because you also threaten checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah. So have to play b6, and I played queen d6. This was my preparation. Okay. In my previous game, they played b into f5. I thought he will also play like this. This is very good line. So if they took b into f5, then I will play like pawn f3. Like if they will move the queen, the c6 pawn is weakened. So okay, let's say.
And also checkmate very soon.
Yeah. Okay, if they will play like something like queen e3, then I will take just queen to pawn. Okay, it's actually, yeah. So come bishop d7. So here the bishop is attacking, so I played bishop c3, attacking g7 pawn. So they have to play f6. If they will play like, apart from f6, if they will play like something like knight f6, developing the knight. Okay, developing the knight. So I just play like knight f3, developing the knight. And okay, my main idea was to play rook d1, and my idea was to land this knight on e5. Okay, if they will play like 000 something, I will play like knight to e5, which is this pawn was weakened, and my idea that is to play pawn f3. So if they will move the queen, the c6 pawn will weaken.
Yeah, too many weaknesses. Yeah.
So okay.
So instead he played f6. Yeah.
Yeah. F6. So yeah, I played 000. So attacking this. So he also played 000. So just I played queen a3, attacking this knight. And he cannot move the knight because queen into a7 was coming, so he have to support king b7. And in my previous game I played c5 and I lost that game, so I prepared very well and I played just bishop f3.
So you had exactly this position already?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, he cannot take queen into c4 because bishop e2 was coming. If they will bishop e, let me-
Yeah.
okay.
Takes
Bishop e2.
Mhm.
If queen, they have to play queen f4, something like that. I will play like bishop d2, and if any moves queen, then I will take this piece. Okay. Queen f4. So I played rook d2. Okay, this was was my preparation, and here he played pawn to e5, which I don't know actually. Yeah, something like he have to play like. Queen to c7, like the
Try
thing
to
is,
protect, yeah.
yeah, just you have to play like knight h6, knight f7. You have to control knight d6 square. So the square was he lost his square. So I taken control of this knight e2. So my idea was to play knight d4, knight to b5. If I play like knight h6 something, then I will play like knight d4. So I have to control this square like pawn e5. Then I will play like pawn b4, which is the idea of pawn b5. So we have to develop his piece. Okay. He has to develop his piece. Then I will play like pawn b5. So he cannot play like knight b8 something because I will play like c5. This diagonal was weakened. Okay, he played knight c5. So here we have an excellent move like queen into c5. I prepared this. Okay, like b into c5. So then I will take like, okay, take like, I will play like rook d1 something. Just to play something. Rook into d7. The move order is.
Ah, you mean here, yeah?
Ah, yeah. So something like that. This was my plan. So he played Queen F4, Rook D2. He played Pawn E5. With the idea of Pawn E4. So I just played Knight E2. Okay, he took Queen into C4. Then I feared about the one is before if he will took the Queen into C4, then Bishop E2 was coming. So now here is Bishop E2 not coming. So I feared about that one, and suddenly I seen this move like Rook H D1, doubling the diagonal. So he played Knight B8, supporting that, and I played Knight G3 with the idea of Knight E4, Knight D6, and he cannot play F5 because Knight into F5. And here I thought for a long time he play for Queen A6. If he play Queen A6, then I will took Rook into D7. Nothing. Knight G3, Knight H6. Then I play Knight E4. I have two, which is my idea is to play a Knight D6. Then he played King A8. So Pawn to B3. Here we have support to this bishop with knight. So here, if we move the queen, like something like Queen E6, then my plan is to I will play like Knight D6 something, because my idea was Knight to B5 and attacking this. If we move like Pawn A6, then Knight C7 was coming, and Knight D6. He played Pawn E6. So yes. A6. So this pawn was weakened. So I played Knight C4, and he have to play Pawn to B5. Then Knight D6 again I played because because I want to take Knight into B5. So
Here,
yeah.
yeah.
Knight D6. He played Bishop C8. Already here have advantage. So I took Knight into B5. So
You have 2 pins, yeah.
yeah. So Rook into D2, Rook into D2. So Queen F7. Okay, he just played Queen F7 in time pressure. Here already he lost the position.
Yeah.
So yeah, Queen A5. It's like something like Knight C7 something. Queen B7. So Knight C7 and King A7 and Bishop B4. My idea was to play Bishop C5 something. Here I lost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for showing beautiful game, beautiful attack.
Okay. Thank you.
How come you come here to Biel? Tell us.
This was my first tournament in Biel. I came from India. Yeah, the tournament venue, I like it very much. Yeah, the accommodation is very good. Yeah.
And what is your points right now?
3 out of 5 rounds. Yeah.
So it's pretty good, yeah?
Yeah,
And this game you played against stronger opponent with 1950 and you are 1844, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're supposed to actually lose this game, but you won.
Yeah. I felt very happy to get my preparation on the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for analysis and congratulations one more time. Here
Thank
is
you.
a watch for you from Biel Chess Festival.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Welcome back, dear viewers. We are resuming the action from the 56th International Biel Chess Festival, the main event of the festival, the GMT Grandmaster Triathlon. Today is round 6. The decisive action is ahead, and we might have a pretty good idea who might be the potential winner after today, because a lot of action is happening in 2 very important games. So before we return back to the games, let's have a look at the current rankings.
Here is the overall rankings where we have Le Quang Liam leading. After the yesterday's amazing win against Yu Yang in the opening, he became the first. David Navarra played on a draw today, so he's right behind him. But we still have Vincent Keimer, who is playing and who has a chance to overtake him.
Yeah, indeed. You see big matchups today. If Liam or Keimer win, that might, again, make a big change in the overall rankings. There is, of course, this possibility that if Keimer doesn't win today, and if Quang Liam wins his game, then Liam would win the Biel Chess Festival main event for a second year in a row. But of course, it's still early to tell. Keimer right now has a very promising position, dare I say, close to winning against Amin Bassem.
So we're jumping already to the board. We can see, actually we don't see the players for now, but
Oh wait, I think I have,
yes, it's
I
a
have the wrong camera.
so we need the board number 3.
What number 3 it is?
Yes, so here we can see Vincent Keimer is thinking.
Yeah, he played
Okay.
96, of course. He spent, exactly as I predicted, 5-10 minutes trying to understand if there's a trick, why his opponent is not stopping 96. He found no trick. Rook e7. And now instead of rook b5, Angelica, this is something I was expecting. Clearly, queen c3, rook c8. You see this queen is perhaps not trapped, but the bishop on c8 is. So that's why I guess after rook b5, black would retreat queen e6, and maybe with f6, g5, seek some counterplay. That's the reason why Keimer is going after the black queen, and he played c4. Now look at this. I mean, this queen on b3 is completely disconnected from the action, and knight f5 is quickly responded by the Egyptian grandmaster.
Wait a second. What is happening to that queen? And this is something. Yes, might be some trouble, right?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I see our camera
Bishop-
is stuck. Let's wait for it to jump back, so don't worry about that. I think it's going to resume in a moment. There you go. But I think it can still escape queen b6 or queen c3, queen d4. I don't immediately see a way how to do that. By the way, black is threatening rook d6. So
Yeah.
first and foremost, Keimer needs to be not blundering things here.
The question is, if you remove the knight, there is a problem with the knight on d3, so you cannot do it. You cannot jump with the knight because the knight on d3 will be hanging.
I mean, there's all kinds of beautiful moves I'm seeing. The first move, maybe not a good one. What I'm seeing is knight c5. For some reason, it jumps to my attention. You know, attack the queen. I want to put the other knight on e4. So let's say if black plays queen c3, the knight e4 is even stronger.
Queen
I
b6.
guess, yeah. Queen b6. And I was thinking knight e4 right now. It just looks too good to be true. Also, I think that it makes sense to play this because this shields from the threat of rook takes on d6, as white can simply take on d6 for the pawn. So knight c5, I mean, I found it like in 30 seconds, so I'm pretty sure that Winston already sees this move, and he's simply looking for more. So knight c5 doesn't really trap the queen. It just uses the fact that white can use the unfortunate placement of the black queen to reroute the knight on e4. So probably Keimer's looking at this position and asking himself, do I have something more? Can I do more? I mean, okay, I can get the knight on e4, but is there more? Can I end this game right here?
That's a huge question indeed. And I'm just looking at some rook moves, like some rook b5, queen c3, rook c1, queen d4, and something there. Is there something there? That's a question.
Absolutely, we have to check this. So, of course, the first idea, I guess, is trap the queen. I don't know why I even saw knight c5. I mean, you're right. Trapping the queen makes sense here.
I mean, there are many kind of moves.
What about, of course, rook c1, queen d4 looks very tempting. And so is,
No, yeah, bishop is 3, and then queen goes to h4. I mean, this.
somehow barely black escapes. But I mean, there could be ways to improve the threats, like bishop e3 first. What
Yeah.
about bishop e3 right away? I mean, okay, I need to calculate obviously what happens with rook d6, etc. But something like rook e3 could be a move. Yeah, the bar, of course. Oh, wait, I'm dropping the rook.
Ah, rook is there. Yes, yes.
Maybe not a good idea, but you get the point, right? I mean, I want to improve the idea of rook c1, but not at the cost of the rook.
Maybe bishop e3 could be the first move to try, but and queen 2 was played. So basically, it's a similar idea, just removing all the squares from the queen. So
Two
now,
threats.
now there are two threats on the board. I mean, the black's position is fully dominated, and the queen on b3 is in big trouble. What are you going to do?
Well, there's always the easy way out.
Queen b6?
No.
Resign.
Resign.
Shake hands.
But I imagine that Bassem doesn't want to do that, at least not yet. So maybe there's a way how he can keep the game going. Okay, now let's have a look at this position for a moment. Is there something? Can I? First idea. Can I take on d6? I just want to check it. I already see it's not working. He takes on d6. I saw there's rook on a1. But the problem is, there's also the rook on e7, which is under attack. No matter how you look at it, it's just not going to work. Okay, what else do we have? It
Queen.
seems that the queen is trapped. Can I play g5 here? Sell the queen.
Sell the queen for the rook and the bishop.
Rook b5.
There is even bishop g5 intermediate at some moment, but so now you have to play queen.
I don't think this pawn really matters here, so it's
So queen,
queen b5. Take it and take it. Okay, you know, maybe it prolongs the game, but
Prolonged suffering, but yeah.
it's just technically losing. So okay, not g5, not rook d6. So rook b5 is a big threat.
Let's see if queen tries to escape. Yeah, queen
Yeah.
b6.
Queen b6 makes sense.
But now there are all kind of moves. There is rook b5. There is rook there is c5. Like
I guess queen b6. But wait, I just take on h6 now.
I
Again,
mean,
I
you
need to
can.
calculate.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a just was trying to see if.
No, there's nothing. No, there's nothing. So I think he should know already by now that he's just lost. Just played not a very good game, unfortunately. And if I'm Bassem, I'm looking for the final trick. Now, what's the move which gives me most chances, which might confuse the opponent somehow? Maybe find some position where he gets rook and bishop versus queen and some dynamics, you know. I think he would gladly go there. And that's what he's looking at right now. And he plays bishop f5.
Attacking the knight on d3.
That's a move we did not even see.
I think that because there is still this knight c5 idea, right?
Right.
Knight c5 idea is very.
Okay. It's a good practical idea. I see the bar, of course, hates it, but doesn't matter. I mean, black is lost anyway.
Actually, there is even maybe knight b4, trying to trap the queen, like knight b4, and the next move is trapping the queen, like rook a3 or something.
Right.
What do you think?
I like it. There's also a knight e5 idea. You know, the main problem maybe perhaps for Keimer is that he has too many good combinations here. I mean, he has rook a3, he has knight c5, he has knight b4, he has, okay, knight f5 maybe.
Rook a3 also is the move, right? Rook
Rook
a3.
1a3 is check, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
I mean, okay.
protecting the way, like.
Fine, it also works, right? It makes a lot of sense. But no, he already made up his mind. So knight c5, easy move for Keimer, just in case. Remove the knight from any attacks. Queen c2 responded. Now, this game is wrapping up very quickly because there's going to be a queen trade followed by second pawn on b7.
And pawn c will just march till the c8.
Right. So I'm wondering what's the final chance for Bassem? Maybe get in time trouble. Because I know this is a very famous technique, Angelika. I mean, if you're in trouble, what's your best chance to get out of this? Deliberately get in time trouble. because so many players are tempted to flag. You know, they just like this. I mean, they try to play very, very fast when the opponents are having issues with the time management. And that's when they are committing the mistakes. And maybe this is what Basim can still try to do, because objectively, I don't think he has any realistic chances to hold this. Because once again, I mean, queen takes, bishop takes, knight e7,
And pawn is just marching.
rook d7. It's just two
C5,
extra pawns.
C6. I mean, okay, C5 maybe not now because E5 could be hanging.
C5, rook b7. Okay, I think there should be some
Yes,
forced
yeah.
line already. So Keimer is going to work it out. Like, he plays very quickly. This actually shows quite a lot of confidence of Keimer, right? So he's not going to seek something which is not there. So he knows queen trade is good for him. He knows the pawn on b7 is dropping.
Yeah, knight C2, B7 looks very logical.
Rook c1 also makes sense, trapping the bishop. So it has to go back to f5. Trade, knight
G4 is
b7.
also a move, actually. G4.
Wait, what about the pawn on e5?
Ah, yeah, pawn
You
on
need to
E5,
calculate.
yeah. There is always also knight B7, but
Maybe you can combine these ideas, knight b7 with rook c1. The question is how.
knight B7 and G4.
He just takes the pawn. And you can see Basim very quickly responds rook b8.
And now bishop is almost trapped. You don't like G4 or?
g4? But I just take on b7, no?
Ah, yeah, you're right.
So I'm thinking maybe rook c1. Rook c1, let's say bishop f5. Just simplify, simplify the position as much as you can. G takes, knight e6, wins. Maybe after rook c1, bishop d3 slightly prolongs the game, but then I just play rook a3 or another resource. So rook c1 is on the board, of course, not a big surprise. So
Very easy move.
yeah. And yeah, you can see Winston makes this board impression like, listen, I've got this, right? So I'm winning this game. So let's just wrap this up. Some mind tricks, I guess. So I don't know. Bishop d3 slightly prolongs the game. Once again, this is no good for black. Takes, takes, takes. Just rook c2.
Exchange up.
Black is an extra exchange.
C pawn is marching.
Couple of pawns, yeah. Bishop d3. Oh wait, there's rook d5. Oh. That's even simpler. Bishop f5, knight f5, rook b7. Simplified. No need to go into some horrific, not horrific, but heroic lines. e6. Now, there's no way that Basim can hold this.
Yeah, absolutely. This looks very, very bad, and I think this should be the next game, which will have a result, right?
Right. Knight e6. Okay, look at that. He found the resource here.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, no matter what they said, Basim is very resourceful. Of course, it doesn't change much of this position, but still, I mean, trying to confuse the opponent somehow. All right. So what does it change?
bishop g3, let's say.
Bishop g. Why not more active? Okay, fine.
Because the
Bishop G3.
problem, the pawn, yeah. is
Okay. Okay.
the-
You care about the pawn. Okay. So here. Listen now. F5, F4. There's some counterplay, but of course, I mean, knight e6, F4, bishop h4.
Bishop h4, bishop f6, yeah.
No counterplay whatsoever. What else? Yeah, bishop g3, Angelica.
I'm not really caring
good.
about the pawn, but I'm just caring that this bishop, not getting out. Bishop from g7, and if we keep the bishop on g3, then
That's right. So
Yeah,
maybe
maybe.
bishop e3 is also a move.
yeah, maybe.
Bit more active. Bishop f5. Oh wait, there's also always g4 moves. Wait, just a second. Are we not trapping the bishop? Bishop e3.
Yeah,
So-
actually, yeah.
Let's say you go here. I go here, here, and g4.
There is bishop e4, yeah.
Oh, you found another trick.
But okay, like even if you trade it and jump back to d6, I mean, it's still completely winning.
Of course. All right, so I think it's safe to assume that Vincent Kammer is confidently marching towards yet another victory in the classical tournament. With the white color, he is doing great. I hear that Jules Massard is defending practically well against the reigning champion and the overall tournament leader, like Wang Liam. So that's the game we're hitting.
Yeah, let's check out, because still might need some time for Vincent to take some time to think. And we see that also here in the position, Jules has only 3 minutes on the clock. He has to play very fast and has to do some important decisions. We can see that there is no pawn, so he gave a pawn for activity.
I like it, actually. Look at this. I mean, suddenly black is very active. Where we left it, just a second. Can I go back for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Rook e6, bishop f3, knight e6. So he decided not to hold on to the pawn on d5.
It's logical.
Understandable. Takes, knight e4, going for total activity, knight f6, a5. Yeah, this of course makes sense, because when you are down on material, what you want to do as the defender, you want to trade as many pawns as you can. Because the big idea is, if black trades these pawns, if black trades, let's say, 3 pawns versus 3, in the end, he can give up the knight for the remaining pawn and simply often force some theoretical drawn positions. So that's why, of course, try to trade as many pawns as you can. That's always the golden strategy.
Absolutely, and but of course for white it might be an advantage to have the bishop, because potentially those pawns on a3, on a5, I mean, that could be a target, you know, and if the end game with the bishop is more like more dynamic, more mobile piece, you know, it can always jump from one side of the board to the other, and that's why it might be some advantage for black. Of course, for white, sorry. Of course, for black it would be so great. Okay, just let's remove the pawns on the a file, and then of course it would be like much easier. But of course, huge chances for Jules to hold this position, like. This
Most
extra
importantly, he's not lost.
Yeah.
I think he should realize that he's, okay, having not a good position. He knows that he's not lost. I mean, he's down a pawn. He has decent activity. And after the opening, when he got here, right, it felt like it's terrible. I mean, these two bishops combined together with a weakness in d5, this is a very, very dangerous moment here. And yet, somehow, the French player managed to activate his pieces, give up this pawn, and get a decent activity for them. So, actually, I think he has made a move, but we are not seeing it.
And he has, we see on the clock that he has like around 1-2 minutes on the clock, but the thing is that it doesn't matter, because he has 3 moves to make, and those moves are relatively easy, I would say, like in this kind of position. But yeah, rook e2, d1 was played, and let's see what happened on the board. I think the rook 6 to e7 was played.
Rook 6 to e7. I tried to zoom in.
So trying to protect on the 7th rank.
There you go. There's the reigning champion right now in his top process. He's super confident, incredibly humble in interviews. It's always such a pleasure to have the Vietnamese Grandmaster here with us. He's been already several times, and the way he's playing this game, I think it's a good bet that he's going to be visiting us again today.
Yeah.
And I think that he also has some pressure, because also like Wang Liam knows the importance of this game, and he sees that Kammer is winning. So don't you think like they're not looking at other boards? They're constantly looking at the other boards, and they know the perfect results that it would suit them most in the other games. And he sees that Kammer is winning. He sees that Kammer is in hot pursuit. So he desperately needs this victory, because he no longer will have any game with the white color, right? I think the last game he was playing with black, if I remember correctly.
Yes, against David Navarro.
So he plays for black against Navarro, who will be pressing for the win. That's why that's his chance. And again, his opponent has, he's low on the clock. He has only 2 minutes for 2 moves. he knows his advantage is not winning. So this is a moment where you want to apply as much pressure as you can.
Absolutely, he's going to try to use this fact that there are still couple of minutes on the clock of Jules maybe trying to play some tricky moves, and wait, Queen F3.
Yeah, and perhaps ask
Okay.
perhaps invite Black to make some very big decisions, so that you can't decide. You have to make a very big decision right now. Trade the queens or don't trade queens. I like this.
That actually could be dangerous because potentially white could fix the pawn on the dark squares. For example, like after if black trades, of course, if black says no, then we will continue to see the game. But if black trades the queens, at some moment white will push a4, to fix the pawn on the dark squares, and then okay, not immediately, but okay, you can also play like this, but. The idea is that our bishop might potentially attack it, and it's not so easy for knight to come there and defend it,
The knight is useless. So I can easily imagine the Frenchman declining.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
that's what he did.
Yeah.
Play knight e4, of course.
Of course, we had already knight on e4 for some time, and you see Lek van Gleem is playing quick moves right now.
Of course.
One after another.
He's trying to apply pressure
Oh
because
my
he
God.
knows his advantage probably is not enough. Look at this. This is a big threat. Rook c7. This is where the bishop here stands on the 4. Queen b5 immediately responded by the French champion. Move 39.
One more move to play.
It's a good move. I like it. It could potentially give black some ideas to put the queen on f5. Everything is sort of well protected. And I think that Musar needs to survive this position until the next time control. This is when he gets an extra hour on the clock and can work things out.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see the move by Lek van Gleem very, very soon.
He's also thinking, what's the trickiest move he
Yes.
could do here? What's the most unexpected move which maybe forces the opponent to make a big decision?
Yeah.
Something like rook c7. But if he's thinking about this, Jules already is deciding right now what he's going to do after rook c7. He's not sitting there and just waiting something to happen. He's calculating, okay, after rook c7, I do this. After h4, I do this. After king g2, I do this. So he already is expecting all kinds of scenarios. As you can see, he's fully concentrated.
I think that Vietnamese Grandmaster he's going. He's playing bishop e3.
Closing the e file makes sense.
Closing the e file. Also, there is no more queen f5. So now 1 minute on the clock for Jules to decide what to play.
Not really a time trouble yet because the position is not really so demanding where you have to be super accurate. But then again, this is a move that he did not expect. You can definitely see that. So the Vietnamese Grandmaster managed to surprise his opponent. Queen a4, queen b3, bothered the pawn on a3. That would be my thought process.
I mean, this is not so easy, I would say. I mean, there are easy moves, but the problem is that you don't know how your opponent might use them later.
30 seconds. You got to make a move.
21, 20,
20
15.
seconds.
14, 13.
He's reaching. He's going to attack the pawn on a3. He's choosing
He has
the
to
square.
play. He has to play. 4, 3,
Queen
2.
a4. He's not sure. Oh, look.
Oh my God! With 1 second on the clock.
Really?
Yes.
I have 9 on mine.
Yes, but on his clock, I could see it was 1 second. Oh my God!
Okay, so Musara sets a new record here in Biel. He executed the final move of the first time control with just 1 second on the clock. And he did not play queen a4, which registered to the PGN because he put it there. And then he decided to put the queen on d5, not on a4. So we don't have queen a4.
No, we have queen a4.
No, we don't. I see.
You mean yes.
No, it's not queen
Yes,
a4,
yes,
it's queen d5.
it's queen d5. Because first he played queen a4, and then when he had like 3 seconds on the clock, he was like hesitated and he played queen d5.
All right, so queen d5 instead is played. He had some doubts. Maybe he
Yes.
hallucinated something. He decided instead to play queen d5.
Queen d5 is, yeah, we have already queen d5.
Yeah, our
Got fixed.
digital board operator fixed this because I think this is a thing you have to do simply manually.
Yeah, sometimes the boards collect this information. Okay, so maybe we go. Maybe quickly we check Bogdan Daniel Diak because we haven't checked for a long time, for some time,
So
and
definitely a
then we
good
go
idea.
to Vincent.
That is absolutely a good idea, so let's do that. And it's been a rather quiet game. Most of the part where it's Eric Geisy who is trying to be ambitious.
With his pawn on b file.
Right. He has the bishop against the passed pawn. I think it's normally some kind of a fortress. So I don't even see how black wants to make a progress here. b4, king. Let me just draw it properly. King goes here, 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 here. How many moves is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just to make a progress. For white, most likely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So white is always going to make it. There's no question about it. So before the king marches towards the queen side, most likely he needs to figure out what to do with these pawns. Because if the king goes here, you need to watch out for bishop e1.
Absolutely. That's the goal. Okay, we can go back, right? So
Yeah, we can definitely do that. Again, this has been the most quiet game of the round.
besides first, which finished much earlier.
Yeah, that finished earlier. Maybe that was the most quiet. You're
Yes,
right.
yes.
Vincent Keimer playing against Amin Bassem.
Oh.
That's the game we don't want to miss.
So he played 96 was the last move, right? We were
Here. We left it here. Bishop g3? Wait. He decided... Why he didn't play bishop e3? I thought we were already trapping the bishop, no?
yeah.
So the idea was bishop f5, g4, trapping the bishop.
I think this is kind of situation in which Lek Wang Liam was yesterday in the game against Yu Yangyi. He had a completely winning position and he had many moves which were winning. And I think this is a position, I mean, right now Winston have also huge chances to win and he has many, many good moves. And sometimes you can trick yourself, you know? The same way like yesterday Lek Wang Liam a little bit hardened his life for himself.
But it just looks so natural because it improves the idea of g4. It takes away the d4 square for the knight. It limits this knight's possibilities to jump. So what is it? I mean, let me check what the dear engine is going to say. Engine suggests bishop b3. But, I mean, this does look right again. Because now in some lines, I suspect that white can push the c pawn and there's going to be pin at the b file, like c5. You can even give up the two knights, like takes, 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 and now some rook b1 or c6, bishop b6.
Check and bishop a6.
There's a lot of ideas. It feels very close to winning. So I'm a bit surprised that he played this bishop g3, which probably is just as good, but not as clean, I would say. King h2, avoiding a fork. Now you see there's no g4. Now the bishop on g3 is slightly stuck.
Yeah.
Rook d1 and knight e2 is on the board. I mean, still white gets the two extra pawns. But you need to work out the details, and the clock is ticking. 5 minutes for both players. Keimer is down on 6 minutes. There's no harder thing than winning a winning position.
Yes, the wait.
Whoa.
Ooh. Wow. Wow. Rook d8.
98.
Rook d8, knight f5. Right?
I think so. I mean, otherwise, why do you hang your knight on d8?
Yes.
So the idea is go for some tricks with knight c6, rook d8, knight f5. Obviously, you can't take it.
I mean, rook d1, knight e7.
Take. Wherever you put
King
it,
of
king
eight,
of eight,
probably,
king
yeah.
h7.
Maybe, yeah. 2 pawns are 2 pawns, yeah? And now what? Now just push pawns. Or maybe rook a2, rook c2 and push... Ah, but the knight is... bishop is...
Yeah, but I don't immediately see a direct win. I mean, yeah, sure, 2 extra pawns, sure, it's winning, but you always are looking for this move which forces resignation, right? There's no such thing. So the game continues.
Rook d5.
Right, rook d5, not sure, maybe attack on the 7th rank, some rook a7, but
But the problem, knight g3, bishop e5, yeah?
that's a fair point. Wait. 98. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is going to happen. Takes.
Maybe...
Takes. Do you have other ideas?
Yeah, I was just thinking, is anything else is
What?
there, but
you just
yeah,
give up
that's-
a piece, literally.
yeah, yeah.
So you gotta take it at 5. Takes, takes, king h7. That would be move 38. Maybe. Okay, probably you want to position the rook behind the pawn, but it could cost you the
Drop,
pawn
yeah.
on e5. Because this,
Yes, this was my initial idea, but the problem is, yeah,
this is not so clean.
this is not clean at all. Like,
Once again, takes, takes. Here, here. King h7. What's your next move? I mean, this bishop g3. I remember we discussed this move early.
Yeah.
Remember, right? Mm-hmm. And I didn't like it because it feels this bishop is disconnected. Of course, it's very logical. It protects the pawn, but at the same time, it's shutting off the bishop from the game. And that's why this bishop e3 felt a bit more natural. And only then I noticed that there's this idea of g4.
yeah,
And it seems that Gabriel has slightly complicated matters where he shouldn't have. All right.
98. Yeah, I mean, you should take, right?
I think you should. I think you should. I mean, what else? Of course, black wants to complicate matters, but I mean, knight
But
f5 is also a threat.
I think by simplifying, actually, black's complicates, you know, in a way, it's task for black, you know, by simplifying.
I like how you say by simplifying, black is complicating. Okay. I like how it sounds. Takes, here, check, here. What's the next move?
And maybe even king f8 to make this even harder for what do you think?
The force matters. No, but I don't like king f8 because there's some mate ideas.
Ah, yeah. Yeah,
That's the point, that you have no time for
Yeah.
knight g3.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
it could be a move. I'm not going to argue. So king h7. Maybe there's some forcing line like e6.
Yes.
Try to remove this pawn. Let's say take and take and take.
And
Here.
c5.
What?
c5 maybe?
No, I just won't take these pawns. You want to play c5? I'm
c5,
not sure.
c6.
Rook c1. I'm not
c6.
sure. What? But is it going anywhere? Maybe. I had a different idea. I thought
Yeah,
I can go after these pawns, right? And that's why I sacrificed it in the first place, so that I can take them.
But now rook c1?
And I just take. Two pawns, right? Should be win. So anyway, rook d8, knight f5, 3. Yeah, that's exactly what we're having on the board. I think e6 will follow. Because otherwise, how else do you play? I mean, knight g3 after c5 is a problem. Rook d5,
Maybe f4?
f4. But f4, you risk to overload your bishop here.
Bishop f...
Attacking the bishop on g3. e6 looks so natural. It's just a simplifying move. I mean, you give up the pawn temporarily and then try to recollect it back.
Yeah, maybe that's indeed what German Grandmaster has to do in this position.
Yeah, but wait. There's 94.
Rook d6.
But it's a game now, suddenly, right? I mean, black is somehow in the game.
I don't know
Rook
how.
d6 and here, exactly like this. I mean,
This looked so like dominating for white. Like white was dominating the positions.
that's why we go back to this move. I would actually put a big question mark to this move. Because, I mean, bishop g3, knight e4, king h2, it was just too slow. Bishop f5, maybe.
Maybe not.
You know, I have a theory, if I could share with you. I've noticed something,
Yeah.
how Winston plays. I'm sure he knows this himself. Winston is an artist, and he likes playing beautiful, logical chess. And here in Biel, I noticed a couple of times, this is not a bad thing, I'm just saying what I noticed, is that he can't resist making beautiful ideas, executing beautiful ideas.
Yes.
It was, you remember this, right? It was this game, final game of the rapid tournament. He was playing against Eric Geiser, remember? This d4 knight b3 idea to sacrifice a piece on c5.
Yes.
We saw it. Then we saw something is not good about it. He couldn't resist. He went for this.
Yes.
In the chess 960 tournament, Keimer was playing against like Wang Liam. He sacrificed a queen to get a very interesting pin. It did not work out. You know, I'm not saying this is wrong. Maybe this is how it should be done, but sometimes we are trying to justify the beautiful moves as they're the solution of the position. And sometimes making the beautiful move is not the right choice. You know, I've declined myself many times the beautiful moves just because they are not the best moves. Perhaps that's not the situation here. So this 98, it's a cool move. I like it, right? But in the end of the day, you look at this position, you start to think, are things really simple for white? No. So perhaps this 98 was not such a good idea, but I would really indeed, I would just go back as far as this bishop g3, right? And mention that it was not a good choice, and perhaps already here there was nothing else besides 98. But it's just something I've noticed, right, about Keimer playing these beautiful moves, and sometimes it becomes a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's hope that's not the case here.
Yeah, let's hope for some. Okay, knight c8 was played. Wait a second, and what happens after? There should be some overloading, right? There should be some knight g3.
Even g5. I mean, g5 makes perfect sense. Stopping any f4 ideas. This bishop on g3. I think Keimer now should be sensing something is not right. You know, I mean, this bishop on g3. Why do I have this passive bishop on g3? I should have played something more active before. The Egyptian Grandmaster has a real chance actually here to come back in the game, being down 2 pawns.
No, but what is happening after knight g3 and rook d4? I want to play rook e4.
What about immediately rook d4?
No, immediately, actually, yeah.
Attack the pawn.
Yeah.
And after c5, I played knight g3, bishop e5. Wait, it's still not over here.
I think the only move to protect the pawn is knight b6. Because if knight d6, and there is knight g3, bishop e5. If knight d6.
And
but
I might have some other moves here, like knight g3, rook e4.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, indeed, you're right. I think these pawns might get overloaded, but then again, I mean, Bassam still has to make these moves. So, I mean, Keimer is up 2 pawns. This got to mean something. Has he not played the best way? Sure. But we also saw yesterday, like Wang Liam missing a direct win against Yu Yanyi, and he still won the game. So, relax. Everything is still good, right? But we are just talking about his decision-making in a winning position when he was completely dominating position with an extra pawn, and somehow he got here where he has to show quite a bit technique.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, I mean, the pawns look like they are going to fall. Like,
I'm not sure. I think if I was Bassam, I would be sensing that he has an opportunity here somehow, somewhere. Actually, the bar even says he's not losing anymore. Look at that,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I mean, I like the knight g3 or rook d4 or something like this.
I'm not sure what's the next move. You know, rook c1 makes sense. Rook d4 makes sense.
No, rook d4 because then you can attack e pawn. So that's the main idea. Because
Right.
if rook c1, then
But it's 1 minute. It's 1 minute for Bassem here because he's also under a pressure because he had already pretty much given up on this game, I think. And now suddenly he's back, sort of back in the game with some chances to hold it. So it's not over yet for the Egyptian Grandmaster.
it's around 50 seconds right now. He has to make a move.
He needs to make 2 moves. He checks the score sheet. He's not happy. So
He's taking the bishop.
knight takes
yeah,
on g3.
it's
I think
logical.
king takes on g3 is going to
Absolutely.
follow.
Yes, and then something like rook d4.
King g3
Something like rook d4.
here. And knight b6. And he's still down 2 pawns.
And rook e4. There is f4, yeah?
Rook e4, f4. He's still down 2 pawns. g5, maybe he
G5.
saw something here.
Or maybe g4,
What?
maybe g5 before. Here, knight b6.
Okay, but
and
let's
then-
just maybe
yeah.
focus on the actual game because
Yeah.
both players they are long time. It's not only Bassem, it's also Keimer, and Keimer needs to make one more move. Knight g3 doesn't look right because the bishop on g3 was stuck. That's why I said this game is not over. Also, Bassem needs to make a decision. Something is not right about this. Maybe indeed he can play rook d4. I don't think Keimer is going to play f takes on g3 because this pawn on e5 becomes a weakness. Then again, chess is very concrete. King g3. 1 minute for Keimer to make a big decision. King g3 or f takes on g3? Which one is it?
No, I also believe he should take with a king. Because
the pawn structure
yeah,
healthy.
yeah, absolutely. Because I don't know if he takes with a pawn, it might look as okay. He will never have an opportunity to play f4, protecting the pawn. You know, I think it was vital to have this f4 idea in the position because otherwise, I think if pawn on e5 is falling, it might be easier for black to hold this pawn on c4.
That's the
30
critical
seconds. 30 seconds.
He's not going to flag. He's just double checking. What's the trick after king j3? That's the move he did not definitely expect.
He has to play a move because he has 20 seconds right now. He has to play also other move. King takes g3 is being played.
So Keimer is safe. He has made the second time control. Extra 1 hour on the clock. Bassem now needs to make the final move, and Keimer can safely leave the board.
35 seconds for Bassem.
The clock is ticking. Maybe
20 seconds.
he already suspects he might have not made the best choice by taking early this bishop on g3. Unfortunately, I don't see the clock because there's a rook
10
standing right in
seconds.
front of it.
10 second 9. Okay, he's playing a move in 7 seconds. But okay, Julie's record holder for sure with 1 second.
Right. Rook
So rook d3 check.
So king f4, rook d4 check. This is what he wants to do. f3, I guess some rook e3 ideas. And if I go back,
What about rook d2?
go back.
Or rook
Oh, wait,
c4?
it's the 4, no?
It's just a 4. Next, rook d4. Yeah. And rook e4. Rook d4 and then rook e4.
Here,
Rook
here.
e4. Knight d7, you drop
drops
the
the pawn.
pawn.
Still not very clear. All right, so it's safe to say that the Egyptian Grandmaster retains chances. He still retains chances to save the game, although, I mean, visually looking, Angelica, you gotta agree, right? This knight takes on g3, does it really feel a forced move to you? Because this bishop on g3 isn't going nowhere. I mean, there's no moves for the bishop. So,
Yeah.
what about rook d3 here? That was also a move. I'm going to cheat a little. I'm going to check what the engine was saying here. Since it's already gone, this moment is gone.
Rook e1.
What? Oh my goodness. What's even this move?
Wait, but
There's a 4, no?
okay, but
Okay,
this
that makes no sense.
Yes, yes.
That makes absolutely no sense. So once again, we were checking rook d4.
Ah, wait, it makes sense because then you play rook c3. Rook e1, f4, and then you have rook c1, rook c3.
Okay, good luck picking this up. Yeah, I mean,
With 1 minute on the clock, I mean.
even with half an hour on the clock. I mean, because it sort of brings some memories from Arjun's game against David Navarra, where remember this craziness, right? Where Arjun had to pick, not Arjun, but Navarra had to pick up rook h1, rook h3, cutting off the king. It's sort of the same maneuver. Good luck, yeah. Fighting this. Was there something else? By the way, here we're checking this low-level engine here on Chess.com. So if I go here,
I think we were looking at rook
I just-
d4, yeah?
rook d4, yeah.
Rook d4 we were looking. And
knight
here,
d6.
but knight d6 is just takes and takes on e5, no?
Ah, wait, maybe this is what was. Then it leads to this endgame.
And it's saying that it's.
It's safe to say it's very close to lost because the rook goes behind the
okay.
pass pawn. Maybe he actually saw this. You know, I mean, these guys, they're playing at a different level. And I'm sure that Bastian felt that knight g3, it's just not right, but he was having a tremendous pressure on the clock. He had to make a decision. I would have loved to keep the knight on e2, but he was just running out of time. He had to make a move. And that's why here he found some resources here, but I guess we are going to see.
Absolutely, we're gonna see. So let's maybe go back to our one of the leaders, like Wang Liam,
Right.
against Jules Moussard. Let's see if after time pressure, did something change? I mean, we have some pressure on this a5 pawn, yeah, and always some bishop b6 in the air. That's why maybe rook e6 was played.
I mean, the critical question is what happens with this pawn on a5? Can white make it to this pawn? Because if he can't, I mean, black is pretty active.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we go back to this move queen d5, which was played here.
Remember,
Yeah.
right, this critical moment when Jules Moussard played, he almost, I mean, he did not almost, he touched the a4 square with the queen, and then with 1 second on the clock before the first time control finished, play queen d5.
Absolutely incredible. Queen d5, rook c5.
Yeah, you can't take it. You see the queen on f3 is attacking
Yeah.
the queen. So you got to go back. Now the rook is under attack. Rook b5, rook e6. So, okay, how do we apply pressure against this pawn? Do we play a4 or do we play queen f5?
There is also an idea to play rook cb1 with bishop a6.
Rook what?
Rook cb1, bishop b6.
Okay. I would have thought you want to keep the bishop here to protect everything, but
Oh, yeah.
maybe you have time to go back. You know, I think that Liam positioned the bishop on e3 so that it limits the power of the knight on e4. It protects the pawn on f2, and so that he doesn't have to worry about the pawn on e2.
Okay, so maybe.
But okay, maybe you're right. Maybe bishop b6 indeed is the way to go. But I would be looking for some
Yeah.
more direct ways. What about queen f5 here? Oh, I missed something. What did I miss? Oh, silly me.
Oh, wait, it's a fork.
Pardon.
Oh my god.
Pardon me. All right. What about a4?
A4 is a good move. I already, I think, said before that at some moment you want to fix the pawn. You want to fix the pawn on the dark square, and you want at some moment later get the bishop in the game.
On the other hand, the pawn on a4 could become a target for black. I mean, some ideas at some point, a bit later, put the knight on c3 and attack this pawn. Otherwise, when the pawn is on a3, black cannot easily attack it. Now, maybe he can. So that's why this a4, again, it's a double-edged decision. On one hand, it fixes this weakness on a5. On the other hand, the pawn on a4 itself could become a target.
Indeed, yeah. But For now, it feels more like a weakness, right? For
Okay, you also need to check out some all kinds of counterattacks from
Yeah.
black, like rook f6. And
Queen
understand.
G4.
But I see some scary ideas, which maybe are not very serious at all. I was looking for some sacrifices, but I don't think they work. Yeah, Queen G4, I guess, is just good enough. And if I keep attacking you,
Queen F5.
again, I'm
Oh,
blundering,
Queen H5 then. Queen
blundering in the
H5.
same fork twice.
Queen H5. The same river twice, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, still, you need to be accurate, not to blunder things like knight
Okay, you have to
G3, rook
take.
E3, rook G3. Okay, not working really, but you always want to keep a close eye on this.
Absolutely.
So there could be something happening at the king side. So I'm thinking, okay, let's think this from the Vietnamese grandmaster's perspective. First, before you're looking for direct continuations, what do you want to do in terms of the plan? What's the big plan? What do you want to do here?
And you want to apply pressure on A5
Yes, but what else?
to activate your queen, rook.
Simplify, right? I think
Yes,
so.
right.
Simplify, right? You want to simplify. What does it mean?
Trade?
Queens, trade rooks, so that there's no counterplay. So I think that will be my first thought process. Okay, A4, actually, it's a good move. Fix the weakness, as you said. It's perfectly fine. But can I trade queens somehow? Maybe actually Queen H5 could serve both purposes. Because I'm not only attacking the pawn on A5, but I'm also thinking about Queen D5. So let's say black plays A4. Now I get to carry out my idea, Queen D5.
And now what do you do?
Yeah, that could be definitely something, right? And if black declines the queen trade, my queen is active. But of course, the game continues. I mean, black would decline, play rook d6 because he wants to keep the position as complex as possible, not make it easier for the opponent. Queen something, queen c4, rook d1 check, or I'm not sure. Okay, definitely not rook d5, but
While we are analyzing this game, just a quick update. We have a result. Bogdan Daniel Diak against Arjun Erigaisi. We have another draw. I don't know if the players are going to join us in the studio, but I hope we're going to get at least one player here with us.
right. I think we actually, what we could do, this would be a perfect moment to make a break of unknown time, something like 5 minutes or so. So I hope we are going to get somebody here with us. So either way, nothing yet is happening in the games because the players have reached the second time control. So after this very short break, we're going to come back, hopefully with an interview. If not, we are going to continue observing the games of GMT. And if nothing is happening there, then we are going to check what's happening in MTO, this very strong open tournament which is happening in parallel of the GMT. So in the meantime, don't go anywhere. See you in a bit and be back soon.
We are now in the studio together with Bogdan Daniel Diak. He just finished the game and played a draw against Arjun Arigaisi. Bogdan Daniel, it was a very interesting opening. Maybe you could share some. What was that?
Not really interesting. Okay. Here is an example I can transpose to King's Indian with one time up. Okay, it's one idea. Here it's other thing. To enter in English. Okay. This. But okay, it's nothing special for right here.
Queen A4 was special.
Not.
Not.
Other idea here is this. Queen A5, took, knight F7, knight B4. This,
Okay.
Okay, looks unclear. But okay, if you don't know, maybe you try to avoid this.
So D3.
Okay, probably not the best. Castle looks normal. Bishop D2. I wanted D4 to play B4, but okay, it's not necessary to play
Yeah.
D4. Bishop D7 looks normal. He wants to go with knight. Okay, maybe here I can try Queen A3. DC4, DC4 and knight E4. This thing I don't like in the game. Because of this and Queen A5. Okay. CD5 looks okay. Not the best move. Knight E5, knight C3 looks necessary. But Queen A3 he can stay. Or
B6.
knight B4. Okay. Okay. Here you can play also this move, but okay, it's not a problem with knight F3, bishop F3 and bishop C6. Okay.
So what do you think? Do you think something went wrong here or later?
Yes.
Here.
Some things goes wrong already, but okay. Just continue to play. What to do?
Of course.
Bishop G2, knight B4. He wants to continue to play. Here he can try C4, DC4, knight C3, bishop C3, bishop G2 first.
Oh, sorry.
Bishop G2, king G2, bishop C3, and BC3. And probably game will finish in draw. Okay? Knight B4 looks logical.
Oh, sorry.
A3 looks logical. I can try this move, but okay, I don't like this, and this. And probably this and this. This is other idea for me. Okay. I tried A3 in the game, looks normal, and go back with knight. Okay, with rook B1 I want to B4. Rook C8 to not play B4 because at B4 he can took
Knight before.
took rook and bishop C3, and rook B7 doesn't work because of queen D5 check. Queen A4.
You try to prepare before.
Yes. B5. Other idea. I can try rook F1. Okay. Many moves here for black. Rook F1, Queen D7, Bishop E3, H5. Maybe I can try King G1 here.
When he played H5, were you worried here at this position, or a bit later that he can push for H4?
Okay, not right now,
Not right
but
now,
okay, a bit later, yes. Okay, and Rook FD8 at King G1, position will continue.
Knight E4 you played, yeah?
Queen B7, King G1, yes, Rook FD8, very strong move. because he wants knight d4 with the idea to took with rook on d4. Knight d2, knight d4, took looks necessary, queen d1 doesn't work because of knight f5. And here it's hard to protect the bishop. Okay, bishop d4, rook d4, queen d1. Here he can try bishop h6 probably.
Actually, at this moment, David Navarra finished the game and he looked at your position and he was thinking about this idea. Yeah?
This
So
idea
now-
looks interesting.
So
Just try this, knight c4 and h4.
was thinking something like here, some b5.
Or b5, yes.
So takes, yeah, or what you should do here?
Probably need to take, yes, and
Take
rook c1.
c1, yeah. If takes, h4, maybe some queen c5. Oh, sorry, no, sorry. Wait, you have this.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, queen
This,
c2.
took and h3. f3 and try
Just play.
something. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, bishop h6 looks more concrete. Okay, h4, it's not a bad move. Knight f3, g3 looks practically good because okay, I can try knight d4. But okay, this is what he wants, to open my king. Took, probably rook d5 looks like other alternative, yes. Okay, rook d8, queen a4, okay. Just try to say here in an important moment of the game. And here just try to continue, like queen d7. Okay, probably queen f4. Or here not to take first, yes, queen d7.
What would you play here?
Okay,
Some
I don't know.
trade maybe, or it's not good. Rook c2 is.
Yes, he can try in the future rook c2. It's not something concrete for me, but okay.
Some game.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so trade happened. e4.
King g8 looks normal. This. And here I think about bishop e7. Queen b5, a6, check, this, and bishop c5. This looks interesting for him. Okay.
Sometimes some ideas here.
Yes, with queen c7 and queen g3. As an example, knight e5, this, and knight e7 doesn't work because of this.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, with bishop e7, he can try to keep more pieces on the board.
But okay, e6 was played, yeah.
Because here I reached to trade some pieces.
Now you were already not worried.
Yes. this, and knight d2. Okay. And here I want to play g4 as an idea to take and d4.
You want to be ambitious.
No, not to play ambitious, but okay, to try to exchange pawns.
Okay.
And okay, e5, g4, and after nothing special to say.
Okay, Bogdan Daniel, how do you feel is Biel Chess Festival going for you, like in terms of preparation for the World Cup?
Okay, just a bit. Okay, it's not my best play from what I expect, but okay, it's a good tournament for preparation for World Cup.
So you're looking forward. You're going to play already in the second round. So first round, you're not going to play there.
Yes,
Okay.
some time to rest.
Some time to rest. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay, we thank you so much for analyzing this game, showing us opening ideas, and wish you good luck for tomorrow, final round here.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was Daniel Bogdandiak, the very strong Romanian grandmaster who was sharing his experiences from today's game against Arjun Rigaisi. Yeah, sometimes maybe the highest level grandmasters are not playing the most exciting games. Also, we have to take into account that it's been a very long tournament, so draw was a happy result, I guess, for both of them. Anyway, congratulations to both players, Arjun Rigaisi, Daniel Bogdandiak, for fighting it out. But we have 2 more games. And my suggestion, Angelique, is as follows, that we have a look at what's happening in the GMT, because we have 2 very important games still ongoing. It is Le Quang Liem playing against Jules Massard, and it's Winston Keimer playing against Amin Bassem. And that's essentially a fight for the winning the tournament of the GMT of this year.
Here you can see the overall rankings. We still have Le Quang Liem in the lead with 29.5 points. David Navarra, after finishing his game, has 29 points. And probably he's currently rooting for both players to play a draw to keep chances to fight for the first place. Vincent Keimer is still playing his game and can overtake Vietnamese Grandmaster with a victory. But Le Quang Liem has a big chance for himself to try to push for a win for this round.
So let's jump to the action, and we are going to start with the game of the last year's winner and today's overall ranking leader, Le Quang Liem, playing against Jules Massard. Okay, what has changed? I mean, we left it about here. Rook f5 was played, not Queen h5. Okay. Rook f6. So black keeps the queens on the board. Queen c6 makes sense. He's going after the pawn on a5. Bishop b6 becomes a big threat. Maybe activating the rook. Rook b1, rook b7 could be the big question is the position salvageable for black? What do you think, Angelique?
I mean, I think what Jules is trying to do is trying to keep the queens, to try to keep maybe some play and more pieces to protect the a5 pawn. Because I can absolutely imagine if queens are off the board and there is just rooks, again, with the light pieces, we are going to have big problems with the pawn on a5. And that would be a huge chance for Le Quang Liem to create a passer and win the game, because it will be not only one extra pawn on e-file, but also second pawn on a-file. So I think it's a correct decision to keep the queens on the board.
I'm not sure I like his decision to trade the rooks, but maybe there was nothing else to do. Can I play now knight g4? At least try to cause some problems.
Have always to check some bishop b6.
Wait, I cannot leave with the queen. My rook is under attack.
Yeah,
that's a big problem.
Now rook c2.
Yeah, rook c2 looks good enough. Anyway, queen e7 is played. So the Frenchman attacks the pawn on a3 immediately, and he's thinking about knight g4.
Yeah.
Perfectly makes sense.
That's absolutely what he has to do. He has to try to complicate, to create some kind of weaknesses in the white's position, because if he's just going to keep it cool, to just protect his own pawn on a5, then white's correct way how he's going. Knight g4 is a threat, queen a3 is the hanging pawn.
Now the big question is what to do for white. So not only queen a3, but also knight g4 is a threat. And I think that white wants to keep the bishop against the knight, because if you remove these pieces from the board, the bishop against the knight, then there's a fair chance we might see a rook endgame. And rook endgames, they're quite notorious for their drawing chances. Can I play queen c5 here? I'm attacking the queen, attacking the pawn, but I'm not avoiding knight g4. So I want to trade. Can I play
rook c3?
I want to push your king a bit further from the center. Rook c3, I think you just... this is exactly, I think, that white doesn't want to do. Something like this. Although if he managed to activate...
I think maybe... Is a pawn endgame?
That's a different story. I didn't yet to get to calculate this.
Yeah, I mean, me neither, but it looks like. Oh, okay. This is just should
Actually, you
be.
can lose.
Yeah, but okay, there will be always king coming and
but-
stalemating. Yeah.
This, of course, should never happen.
Yes,
I was thinking about how to preserve this bishop. What about bishop b6? Take some sort of. But this is not clean. I mean, it's so easy to miss a move here, like h3, knight e5, take. Oh, this is a long game. Doesn't look very convincing to me at all. So once again, queen c5, knight g4. Looks very strong. Maybe there's, I thought about bishop d2, queen e2, or rook e1, but of course it drops the bishop on d2, not even talking about queen takes on a3.
Maybe a4.
Yeah, but that's the big question what happens after knight g4.
Rook
Maybe just rook
c3.
c3.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. Okay, maybe knight e3 is not a threat immediately, but what about a move later? Like, what about after something like rook b8? And knight e3 becomes a thing. I don't know. Not so obvious.
Oh wait, actually a4, knight g4, and rook d2, or bishop d2.
Yeah, but you're forgetting it all
Ah.
pawn here.
Yeah. It would be a good.
Yeah.
It would be good if the.
So it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay, what about dealing with knight g4 threat and the queen a3? So you basically need to position one of your pieces which controls these two squares at the same time. And there's only one move which I see. Maybe there's more, but there's only one I see right now. That's queen a4. But the thing about queen a4 is that it frees up
Yeah.
the d5 square.
It's really tricky.
Although I can continue with bishop d2, and now your idea, Angelica, rook e1 becomes quite a thing. But actually, you know, fast forwarding this, imagine yourself, these pawns are not here. Guess what black could do? And somehow these pawns disappear. This is just a dead draw. I don't think so. I mean, it looks like a fortress. Put the rook on e6 or rook on e8, or rook and knight against the queen. 3 pawns, kingside, should be easily holding this. I mean, okay, I take it back. Not easily. some technique required,
but the problem
but should be a
pawns.
draw.
What about bishop d4? My idea is you cannot take on a3 because there is bishop f6, and if you take on e2, I also take bishop f6. I take bishop f6 and rook is hanging on e8.
That's a nice idea. I like that. It's a centralizing move.
And also idea maybe to play e3 and there is not any more hanging pawns.
And rook e6 is not the move because there's always a check. I like that. Actually, bishop d4 makes perfect sense.
And queen e2, there is also bishop f6. So
Take. Yeah, but now the big question is, are you happy to go here? I guess you are, because the king is weak.
there are always ideas to play rook c4, so black has to always to control. But now rook e1 and king rook
Watch
and
out for your
d5.
king as well. Although, rook c5, I give you a check, and this is nothing, yeah.
And there are huge set threats, yeah?
What about I give you a check here and here?
Okay, but now queen f3, I think it's looks like
Okay, if white achieves this should be very close to win.
this is close to win, yeah.
That's a very active rook, very passive rook, extra pawn, that should be a win. Okay, we can agree on this. Okay, yeah, then bishop d4 is a move. Actually, visually speaking, Angelica, I like it slightly more than queen a4. But anyway, there's going to be very slow progress in the next moves because the players have 40 minutes each. The quality of the moves here is very important. So we are going to leave this game for the time being and jump back to Keimer's game and see how Vincent is doing after reaching the second down control.
Absolutely. We have Vincent Keimer against Basta Amin. We already have been following this game since the moment when there was, all the pieces were very passive for black. The queen was almost trapped on b3. And suddenly, after going to the end game, some inaccuracy started to happen for Vincent, right? And I think one of these moves is knight d8 move, which he played, which was very beautiful, but in the end, it simplified the position in a way that you have somehow to hold it, your 2 extra pawns, e5, c4. It's not so easy. So
I think that Keimer is started to miss moves. That's my feeling, because he started to miss moves already earlier. About here, maybe he relaxed too early. He thought the job is done. He had 2 extra pawns. Again, remember this, bishop e3 felt to be very close to winning immediately. Instead, he upped the bishop g3. He fell for this knight e8, which maybe is a fine move, but suddenly the bishop on g3 is not where it's supposed to be. And now, look at this. After g5, I think he missed something here. This tricky move, look at this, rook d4. Because now you can't play c5, there's bishop takes on e5. And after rook c5, there's bishop f8. You simply don't go to this position voluntarily. And after rook c7, there's bishop g7 to go back. And how do you protect everything, right? The pawn on e5 is gangly. You can't play knight c6, there's rook c4. You can't play f4, this pawn is simply eaten. So whatever happened here, it seems that knight e7 was a big miss. I guess you have to push forward this pawn somehow, but how do you do it? I'm not really sure.
this is very, very unfortunate, because he had such great winning chances in the position, and now somehow they are slowly starting to disappear one after another. I mean, this knight e7, a huge, huge miss. I guess he has to give up one of the pawns.
And he did.
He did, yeah.
He already did. And now all he is left for Keimer is just 1 extra pawn. It might not even be winning anymore. Because if we go back after the opening, after the middle game, remember, we had, can I go about here? We had this position.
This was just such sound position. I mean, it was...
Extra pawn, the queen is in distress, all kinds of threats. This was the position we had like 1.5 hours ago. And clearly White was very close to win the game on the spot. The bars in the skies. Of course, there's all kinds of great moves here for White. So knight c5, queen c2, Vincent without thinking took it here, took the second pawn here, and from here he started to misplay this position. Again, probably it's tiredness, but Keimer started to make these inaccurate moves from here. Must be the distance which is starting to take its toll. So it's of course not easy. I mean, the time control of the tournament, it's 2 hours for 40 moves. It's an hour for 20. It's 15 moves until the end of the game. This is game number 27.
Oh my God.
So in the time span of 10 days, 10, 11 days, this is already game number 27. And there's the World Cup coming right after that, right? It's a lot of stress. So, of course, it's only logical that the players start to make mistakes.
Indeed, the player starts to make mistakes, and we see he had to give up the pawn because of the miss. I mean...
All right, but he still should have pretty decent chances to win the game, because what I see here is this outpost on f5. So if White gets to put the knight on f5, solidify it with g4, and somehow bring the king forward to push this pawn, it should be still possible. Although the kind bar evaluation bar disagrees. It already says white is no longer winning. So okay, can I do this?
I think one of the ideas is also that black cannot bring the king, you know, to g7 because there is always knight f5, this fork. So
I'm not sure white even doesn't like it. Wow, something else happened.
king e3.
Leaving rook under attack, but black, I guess, cannot take it because his own rook is under attack on d4.
Nice.
That's a move you normally don't expect.
This is a nice one. I like it because he centralized, he tries to bring the king over there.
Ah, wait, he also deals with the rook d2 check, of course.
Yes, yes.
Of course, it's a fair point, right?
2 in
So-
1.
Yeah, that's an annoying check. So you can't go here. Black takes it here, so you have to go back. And now there could be bishop g3, rook f2, or rook d1, rook g1 ideas. Of course. That's why king e3 makes sense. He deals with this.
Okay, so now probably rook d1 is one of the logical moves, right? You want to rook d1, you want maybe to bring rook to c1. Otherwise, do you see anything?
Of course, black is not going to trade the rooks. This is
No.
pretty much clear. And of course, not the rook on the fourth rank. But it does nothing. Of course, you're right, Angelique. It's rook d1. And if I play now rook c6, oh wait, there's again bishop f4 check and rook d2. Wait. But wait, how do you actually deal with this?
Maybe king e2 first?
Wow. No, it's just too much.
no, it's
rook
too
g1,
much,
this
yeah.
rook is under attack, king f2, bishop.
Yeah, it's too much.
That
it's too
already could
much.
be a draw, by the way.
Very funny draw, as always.
Not the most usual draw you would see.
Yes, not the most usual.
So, what is it? Rook d1 with the bishop f4 check and here. How do you defend against that even? So not king e2. And the rook is under attack. I don't even see rook b7. And now I give you a... Okay, rook b7 makes sense to attack this pawn on f7. Check. Go forward. Yeah, by the way, because after rook c6, there would be always a check on e1. The knight would be under attack. So, of course.
Yeah, you want to control knight. So now rook
Check.
e1, king f5, yeah?
Maybe even d5. Because I see all kinds of cooperatives here.
Knight c6 or something.
Knight c6, knight g6 is a move.
Oh, knight g6, very funny move,
It's
yeah.
a weird move, but it's a move.
And there are all kind of moves here.
But most likely king d5. And it might just lead to some theoretical endgame where white is up a piece for a couple of pawns. Something like here. I guess g4. Again, a lot of checks here. Difficult to understand very quickly, but c5 here. Put the rook here. Rook c3, c6. Black could give away the bishop for the pawn. And then somehow trade off these pawns here and reach rook and knight against the rook.
I mean, we can agree that, okay, even though maybe the chances to win not yet fully disappeared from Vincent, but the majority of it, like he could have finished the game long time ago, right? He could have finished the game
Probably.
so many moves before, but instead these inaccurate moves started happening one after another. Now he's down to only one extra pawn, and who knows how it will continue.
Right. So you gotta work with what you have, and but also for Bassem, this gotta mean something because he was having this terrible position, and you could basically read from his face that, okay, my game's doomed here. Most likely my opponent is gonna outplay. And now, suddenly he got some chances here. He's back in the game, so you can't help but wonder, okay, I can probably still stay with this game. So this is gonna give you some extra motivation to fight. But of course, I mean, the position remains very, very unpleasant. And I think all of us, we have been in this situation when you are getting encouraged that now is your chance. So you
Yeah.
fight for like the next 2 hours and then you lose anyway. So not really the nicest feeling, but what else to do?
Indeed. What else to do?
And
Okay.
the game of Jules Massar against Le Quang Liem, there's no more changes. So what we could do right now, since there's no moves right now of the GMT tournament, the pace has considerably slowed down. We might get in the next 30, 14 minutes, couple of moves. I'm not sure. I think we use this moment, focus a little bit on the MTO. Right? Because
Okay.
MTO is one of the most important parallel tournaments being played here in Biel. It's not just the GMT, right? So if I could only once again go back to the tournament system, as you can see, it's a lot of tournaments actually. It's not only the GMT, it's the Swiss Championships, it's the MTO, it's the ATO, HTO, a Rapid Blitz tournament, Veneta View tournament, Simul tournament. There's all kinds of tournaments here. And MTO is one of them because look at this. I think actually Kartikeyan in the end did not arrive. He was in the list. I saw him, but he was planning to participate, but for some reason he withdrew because I never saw him here. Buxan Ji, the well-known Grandmaster from China, is #1 seeded in MTO. Nguyen Truongson is #2 from Vietnam, and we already discussed this, Angelica, that it's quite odd that the top 2 players in both the GMT and MTO, they are from China, #1, and from Vietnam, #2.
Yeah, absolutely. And many other players. We have Aryan Chopra from India. We have, Kartikeyan is not playing this year, but he was in the list. We have Daniel Yufa. We have Meshkovs, your countryman.
Right. He is not playing so well, unfortunately, here. Quezada Perez, Liu Liang. So some very strong grandmasters here, and that's the prize fund they're fighting for, right? I mean, 6,000 Swiss francs for the first place for open tournament. That's huge amount of money for chess players. In total, 28,000 Swiss francs in total, including non-cash prizes. So that's what we are going to do. Let me see if I can get a view on the overall. That's the playing venue. It looks pretty empty. It might be an old view. Let me try to adjust the camera and see if it responds. I think this is a feed from the start of the round. There should be a bit more players than empty hall. Wait for this, just a second.
Yeah, we're going to have the image very soon.
Maybe that's the image already. I don't know.
No,
No?
that's not.
You don't believe?
I don't believe, no. Because, on the left side, if we see this camera, we have the ATO tournament and HTO tournament.
Restarting now, at least I hope, but no. No feed today.
Maybe
Oh,
another.
There it is.
Oh,
there it is.
we
there it
have.
is. Okay.
So we
Sorry
see
about
the viewers right now. We see that on the left side there are not much games ongoing because most likely the tournament is
there's
finished.
Vincent. He's
Vincent
still
is
there.
walking, and here we can see the.
That's the MTO. On the right, there's quite a bit of games still played on the MTO. So can I zoom in? That's the main arbiter, Laurent Freud, who was joining us earlier with Angelica in the studio.
He doesn't know that we are looking at him. So we have still like something around 10 boards ongoing. Time control is longer for them, and that's why they play the games long. So
All right, my proposition is as follows. So we are going to keep this small live board so that you can see what's happening in the Chimers game. I'm not sure, maybe I should have selected like Wang Liam's game, but okay, I can only do one. So that's the Chimers game, the small board. The big board on the left will be a game from the MTO. Also, the camera feed comes from the playing hall. I could zoom in, but I'm not even sure which board is which, so I know how they have aligned it, but we'll see if we're going to get there. I can technically zoom in the camera.
But I think we're not going to look at current games ongoing, just the ones which finished. You know,
Right.
just
Right. That's a fair point, obviously. And that's why I was suggested that there was a very nice game played on board number 12, where Vantik Agarwal played a crushing game against Wang Chen. Not really sure if I can show this because maybe it will be submitted to the Beauty Awards. It's a very, very nice game, that's what I'm told. So this is what we could have a look at. So bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop e7, provoke white to play the bishop on d2. Knight f3, now we have a Catalan. c6, queen c2, knight e7, bishop f4. All of this has been played thousands of times before. Right, a5. A5 has been a discovery by modern chess engines, not only in the Catalan, but in all kinds of openings. And sometimes even white does this. White plays a4, a5 very early to gain space, to gain targets. So black does the same. He plays a5, a4 to provoke something, which was met by white by playing a3. I guess that maybe the big idea, Angelica, is knight c3, a3, and you want to play b3, you need to watch out for some ideas at some point for black to utilize this b4 square. Okay,
Absolutely.
although the knight should be standing here. Knight a6, knight
Yeah.
b4, and I would imagine all kinds of things possible there.
so that's why a3 is a very typical idea. Just stop that pawn. That would weaken the b3 square, obviously. Some moment knight could jump there, but for now there is no way.
All right, so h6 was played. This is what I once played myself recently from the white's perspective. Won a very nice game against Danish Gramster Hansen Sonneberg. So he also played like this. He played a5, he played h6, and then I easily won the game. I mean, I thought it's not a good line for black, but it was a slightly different
It
version.
was in the league. You played in the league.
Yeah, in the league, yeah. So knight c3, attacking the pawn. Queen a5, defends the pawn. e4, there you go. Strike the
Wow.
center. D takes, queen e2. Okay, so far looks great. I mean, white has the center and is attacking the pawn on c4 while black is suffering because of the bishop on c8. All right? Now b6.
I mean, in a way, logical move, defending the c4 pawn.
Knight e5, knight e7. And this is where the fun begins. Look at this. So you would think you have to take the pawn, right? No?
I mean, maybe in blitz, yes.
No, it's a pawn.
Yeah, but
So knight c4, think about some queen a6 ideas. Maybe take, here. And black is alive. Okay, maybe there's something more
for a
precise.
time being,
Maybe there's
yeah.
something better. Maybe take immediately and
Knight
do some
b6.
c5 or knight b6. Difficult to tell. But look at what happened in the game. White played knight g4. The other way. And apparently, black is not really happy keeping this extra pawn because look at his pieces
Yeah.
here.
Look at the knight on b6. It's basically stopped by this pawn, so there would be like no pawn there. Maybe knight would be able to jump.
And white is having some ideas here. So black felt there's the danger. He played f6, which is a move I understand. I guess the idea was to push e5. So bishop d2, attacking the queen, threatening some knight e5 ideas. Rook f7 was played, protecting the bishop. Knight e5, queen b5. Queen b5, willingly allowing a fork on c7. Okay, that's interesting. Why not queen a7? I guess it just looks like something is about to happen at the king side, right?
Yeah.
What
Looks-
exactly remains to be seen. Some sort of...
I mean, bishop h6 has to be calculated.
no, but your knight is under attack. Oh, wait, there's just knight c7, knight e6.
Yeah, knight
Okay.
c7,
What I'm
yeah.
talking about. So the pawn on e6 is dropping, so there's even no need for all of this. So maybe this is what was missed by black, because otherwise you would remove your queen, right? So knight e5, black decided to sacrifice the exchange. You could have it. Queen b5, knight c7, queen b3. White took it, played bishop c3, and knight b6. Maybe it doesn't feel so bad for black. I mean, it's terrible, of course. It's an exchange for a pawn, but black is pretty solid. And now look at the next moves. Isn't this lovely?
This is absolutely wonderful strike.
So open the position. Black played e5, attacking the knight on g4, or trying to close the position. Knight e3, here. d6, here. f4.
Come here, it's saying. Come here,
Right.
come
Creating
here.
a target. Queen b5.
Come to me.
Bishop f3, improving the bishop, threatening bishop g4, gain access to the f5 square. Bishop b6, create a weakness. I like Karpov, look at this. King g2. I love this. That's really great play here. So again, white makes sure all of her pieces are playing. Knight c8 is played. Here. Here. Takes, check, rook f1. Total, absolute
Destruction,
domination, destruction, so to speak. And I would be wondering what's the actual evaluation. 95.6% play by white. Beautiful positional game, right? So clearly crushing her more experienced opposition. So this is one of the games which was played in MTO. Is something happening in the GMT? Not yet. I see that Vincent Kammer has the same position we were discussing, and he's right now choosing between king d5, king e5. I think king d5 probably is going to follow. And then we might see the same game where black sacrifices the bishop for the pawn on c5 and tries to make a draw. There's one game I would like to have a look at because it had a major implications on the overall rankings of the MTU tournament, but actually that happened yesterday. Because yesterday we had two leaders, two high-seeded players playing against each other. It was Buksanji playing against Nguyen and got Trongsa. So we can check it out as well.
And actually, yesterday, wait, when did we have? Yesterday we had Le Quang Liam playing against Yu Yang Yi.
Also the top two seeded players.
Yes,
Unfortunately, we didn't notice this.
yes, unfortunately we didn't notice it, but it's pretty funny that we have.
So we have a Nimzo. 94. Black tries to take on c3. Queen c2, take it. But the position liquidates very quickly into symmetrical position. One would have thought it's about balanced. Okay, no real danger here for black, at least immediately after the opening. b6, rook c8 looks a dead draw almost, to be honest. I mean, if you trade some minor pieces like the bishops and the knights, there's not much to play, really. And yet white won. Queen b7, protecting the c6 square so that knight c6 is possible. Here, here. And white won again here. I'm very confused, okay?
But how?
We are going to find it out. Rook d1, I mean, white controls the d file. d5, okay, should be a draw, right? You would normally expect this is going to be a Grandmaster draw. Queen b4, here, here. King h2, king h7, rook d6. Okay, white has some ideas to get to the pawn on a6.
There's also some rook c3 at some moment. What is this, rook e7?
Yeah, black decided, I guess black decided to protect the 7th rank. If you play rook c3, you need to watch out for rook d7.
Then rook 8, c7.
Yeah, queen f7.
Queen f7, yeah.
So rook e7, queen d4, centralizing the pieces. Whoa, f5. That creates some weaknesses. Rook c4, queen g3. Basically squeezing water out of stone here was the Chinese Grandmaster. The pressure increases every single move. E4. And now the pawn on d5 somewhere is under attack. The pawn on a6 is under attack. Wow, look at this, Angelique. Very nice. Not a very
Very
usual
nice,
combination.
yes.
Because normally you play this with the queen on d4. That would be a pin. The big idea is queen d8.
Yeah, that's what happened, and slowly and confidently.
You know, it just reminds me the best days of Carlsen, really. Because this is how Magnus Carlsen used to play about 10 years ago. I mean, before he transformed into this tactical beast he is today. And playing all of this very crazy fighting openings. Because this is not how Magnus was playing 10 years ago. He was very, very dry, very precise, Capablanca-like player, grinding out these tiny, tiny little advantage endgames. And Buksanji just played this, I mean, from which would seem like almost a dead draw, he managed to squeeze water off the stone and play a brilliant positional game here. Fantastic.
Complete opposite of what we had yesterday in the Grandmaster Triathlon between the Chinese and Vietnamese players. You know, it was completely different and different result. That was a very tactical, and the position from the opening.
So that happened yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, we did not cover it yesterday because we were
Yeah.
so busy with GMT. I felt I have to bring this up.
Yes, exactly.
So I think that Buksanji remains a leader of the tournament. On today, he played a draw. How did this happen? Maybe we can check it. So this is a game against Aditya Samant. So India has sent here a lot of talents. Not only it's Arjun Erigaisi playing in the GMT, which actually marks the third year in a row when India sends their super talent here. In 2021, it was Sarin Nihal. 2022, the Miraj Gukesh. Now it's time for Erigaisi. In 2024, who is it going to be? I'm not sure. Another super talent, so it's really nice
It's really, really nice, yeah.
that they're sending them here to get the experience and playing at the highest level. So, okay, let's check the game. Right, Lopez. Yeah, this bishop c5 is quite trendy. You know, actually, Angelique, I think it would be great we could also have Buksanji at some point in an interview because we haven't heard of him at all. And I'm curious, what's he up to lately? Because I remember he was very active, obviously, but now he has disappeared from the map, basically. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, it would be good to...
Coaching or what's he doing?
It's a big question. At least we're going to have the last day of the commentary. It will be the last round of the MTO. So I think most likely we're going to get a chance also to have him there. But maybe tomorrow we will see. It depends on the Grandmaster Triathlon. Of course, we'll try to have the main focus on the Grandmaster Triathlon. But when as today, the games are approaching after the second time control, this slow game with less moves, and we could obviously have him here, but I think he's still playing or already finished long time ago.
Today, he already finished in a draw. Pretty sure he's already left.
Yeah, he left.
So knight a5, the Chinese Grandmaster sacrifices a pawn, actually 2 pawns. So the pawn on b5 is under attack, the pawn on e5 is under attack, but as far as I know, rules of chess clearly state you can take only one pawn with every single move. So it's got to be the pawn on b5, I guess. Forcing some matters. Take. There's the second pawn. No, that's the first pawn, actually, because, again, you can't take both of them at the same time. And d5.
Okay, so trying to open those 2 bishops, but...
Yeah, very interesting, because white is up a pawn, but black is quite dynamic. Beautiful bishops. I'm pretty sure I've already seen this before, so it's not, like, completely new.
I think actually the Samant, he submitted yesterday the game for a beauty award. I mean, yesterday he had a nice win. So he's playing some good chess here in Biel.
Yeah, one of the things about Indian players I can definitely tell is that the ratings, they don't matter. You know, I've seen it so many times. I mean, comes a young candidate master from India who hasn't played in international open tournaments, and then he starts crushing grandmasters. And I've seen that the Indian grandmasters themselves, they're treating this as completely normal. And I still very vividly remember this one scene we had. Where was this? I think it was in Riga. We have this Riga Techno University Open, which, by the way, is going to be in August in Riga, Latvian capital city, when Abhijit Gupta, one of the leading Indian grandmasters, well-known grandmaster, was playing. I think it was in Riga. He was playing against a relatively unknown young player from India, something like 2100, 2200. And this 2200 just easily killed him. I mean, in the game, of course, whichever game it was. And I remember Abhijit was like, okay, yeah, fine, yeah, I lost the game. And that's when I realized it's probably, you know, it happens all the time. Because chess in India, it's booming, right? It's booming right now, and they have so many great players who just don't have this opportunity to participate in international tournaments. And that's why they often send a lot of players to open tournaments to get this experience. You see a low-rated Indian player, but wait a second, maybe he is already playing a couple of 100 points higher. So for some grandmasters, it's a nightmare scenario, really. But then again, I mean, it's just a rating, right?
I also recall a couple of years ago, someone like was, I don't want to lie, but someone with 1700, some very young boy, beat also some grandmaster. I saw one of the videos on Chess Base India. I mean, this was absolutely incredible.
All right. So, yeah, chess in India is absolutely on the rise, including the players who are playing there. And also here in Biel, we have a lot of representatives from India showing some very good results. It was Vantik Agrawal, we just showed a game. Also, as you can see, Aditya Samant playing really well. But speaking about this particular game, somehow the action fizzled out. We have obstacle bishops on the board. Black has seemingly solved all of the opening problems, and after move 24, it was the Chinese grandmaster who offered the draw. So, not sure what was the reason. He probably evaluated it's about balanced, although he has the better pawn structure.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, the draw is a draw.
Draw is a draw. So what else do we have here? Maybe some interesting games. I do see another upset, and since we talked about Indian players on the rise.
This game was submitted for Beauty Awards today.
Oh,
yes.
I can't show you this, yeah?
I mean, we can look. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, let's check.
Let's check, yeah.
Let's check. So, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Ratanvel is playing against Albornoz. Albornoz was one of the high-seeded players in the MTO. Najdorf. 97, Queen C7, highly contested line. Bishop F6, Knight F6, G4, G5, Knight B6. White gets quite a bit space advantage. You know, Angelica, I always believed that if you allow your opponent to easily play G4, G5 in Sicilian, White is always having a pretty large advantage. That's at least my understanding.
Absolutely, I fully agree.
So Bishop G2, Bishop D7. Whoa, Knight F5, look at that.
Knight F5.
The Cuban grandmaster decided to sacrifice a piece. Apparently it backfired. Take it. Attacking the rook in A8, not allowing to escape with a castle. D5. Attacking the pawn on the 4 as well. F6, takes, check, here, takes. Bishop D5. Oh my goodness, look at this game. Okay, what's even going on here? So, long castle. Makes sense, running away from the center. Rook F1, Queen G5, H4. You see a pawn, you take a pawn. And Bishop H1, removing the bishop to create a battery, I guess.
Absolutely crazy game.
Here. Just take the rook, just like that. King D8. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So if Black has time to play moves like H5 and say there's nothing in the queen side that can outwork his courage. Unbelievable. Okay. Queen C6, Knight C8. This looks like sort of like this famous game. It at least gives me some resemblance Bobby Fischer against Michael Tal, where also Fischer sacrificed his piece, then tried to crash through, and somehow Michael Tal's defenses hold together. Bishop d6,
Oh my
knight
God.
f6, bishop b6.
This is absolute crazy.
Black is cool as a cucumber here. Bishop d5, queen h3, attacking the rook on f1. Wait, this is already too much, no? Sacrificing the rook. And wait, why can't you take it again? Takes here. Okay, that's a mate threat. King e7. Oh, I guess he is losing the queen. But for how much? How do you like this?
Oh my God.
Okay, so queen f1 was a move. Like this, said, I'm going to take on e6. Queen a6. h4 was a mistake, engines say. Queen a5. Look at the clock, by the way, Angelica. He was having, wait, do I see correctly? 36 seconds?
No, 36. Oh, actually, yes. Wait, I thought it's 36 seconds at the end of the game, but it's apparently at this moment.
Queen d6, queen e3, queen d4.
Oh my God.
There goes a piece. Otherwise, the queens are traded. Black just defended everything he made to the next time control, and White Cat resigned. Okay, incredible game. So I hope you're gonna have explain the thought process, because I mean this is really some steel nerves for the Indian player to, defend this, not being afraid of checkmate.
Absolutely, but first he has to win because he just submitted the game. I just got confirmation, and from some other games were also submitted by, I guess Pranav Anand submitted one more time. He won one of the most beautiful game of the MTO in one of the tournaments. And
Do you see something very interesting as well? Well, there's some draws. I'm looking for some sensations, obviously.
I mean, we already checked the first board. We already checked the.
Maybe one of the high-seeded players
Okay.
and got strong on, and then we go back to GMT. How did they win his game?
Actually, this Rattanval, he won yesterday the award. He played really nice game from yesterday's round, and now again he submits. Maybe he also
So he
wins
can't
today.
stop making exciting games, just like Navarra
Yes.
in the GMT. All right. Bishop d3, queen c2, the Kaspad, a very popular line. Bishop g3, I'm not sure I know this move. It's a bit a mystery to me. Why not knight g2 or knight f3, which are more common, but okay. Bishop g3, knight f3, knight h5, I guess it just transposes. Long castle, okay. Takes, knight f6, king b1. Yeah, this long castle and king b1 has become quite a fashion in the Kaspad, because normally, if you go back here in this position, the traditional idea is to play a short castle and then play b4, b5, and try to create a weakness here. Or if you put the knight on e2 here, you want to play f3, e4.
Yeah.
But the theory has moved on, and there's all kinds of new trends. And that's why this king b1 has become a very interesting continuation here. White is basically provoking black to do something, and then it somehow backfires.
And because there is also always this hook on h6, like you can always try to somehow use it, like with g4, g5, potentially, of course, not right now, but.
Right. Okay, rook h4, very inspired play. Rook h1, bishop f5, queen f5. White's
No.
idea is very simple. Just
No,
do checkmate.
g4, g5, yeah.
g4.
Oh, wait.
I mean, black already sensed he has to
Oh.
trade queens, otherwise it could be problematic. Yeah.
Yes.
g4 takes it. g4 now. The
Oh
second
my
pawn.
God. There are two g pawns. Okay.
Yes, I'm not so sure. Is this a good move? But again, difficult to tell. Take, a3, knight a4, knight c3, provoke the weakness. There you go. Trying to attend it. Put the knight on b3. Black was trying to organize a counterplay. Okay, see, actually it was not so obvious. Players were making some mistakes. But in the end, White managed to win the second game because he has the better knight against the bishop.
Yeah, once black. But why did the black move?
No,
actually?
I guess it's already bad. There could be some g5, g6 ideas, or here. Tough to say. But knight a5 is also threatening at some point, and
Interesting. Yeah. This is it. 3 pawns is too much.
okay. I mean, I was just strolling very fast forward through this game, but it looked nice. It looked really nice. Again, Nguyen got strong and showed that he has a brilliant positional technique. There's no wonder he's rated 2650. All right. That being said, maybe if nothing absolutely is happening at the GMT, we are going to come back to the MTO. But let's go back to the main event. Let's go to GMT and see what is happening in Wang Liam's game against Jules Musar.
Absolutely. We are having some developments.
All right.
So knight g4 was not played. Interesting. We were looking at that move.
Where was this? Here.
So here.
Yeah, not many moves were played, like
yeah,
everything
yeah,
said,
not so
right?
many. Queen e7. So he
A-
went for a4. Okay, but a4 we looked at knight g4. Interesting. Yeah.
So he allowed knight g4 to be played. That's interesting. Maybe. Wait, we checked this. Knight g4, rook c3. But then
yeah.
again, I wasn't sure. I mean, maybe black can then make another move. Okay, queen a3.
But now knight cannot move. That's a problem, I think.
Yeah, because the rook demands attention. Rook c2. Well, this is going long. But actually, one thing I see is that this defense is extracting time
Yes.
from the Frenchman. He's not making mistakes, but the clock inevitably is ticking, inevitably is going forward. And what they started, the second time control, was 1 hour for each. Now the Frenchman is down on 16 minutes. And it's always much more energy demanding to defend difficult positions. It's like in my favorite comparison with ice hockey, right? I mean, when you're playing ice hockey, and you are the attacker versus the attacking team versus the defending team always tires faster. Why? Because they're passive. They don't know from
Absolutely.
which side the attack comes. And I think in chess also it can be very, very similar. Also, you don't know from which side the attack is going to come. You are trying to hold on, and that's why the stress is a bit higher.
Indeed, and look at the camera. Actually, we can see that Wang Liam has 1 bottle of water, and Jules, in meantime, probably very stressing with his position, already
Whoa.
drinking the 3rd bottle of water.
Can I zoom into this?
Yes,
Let me count how many bottles there are.
3. I mean, 1 there is still water, but he already drank 2 bottles, 1 more to go, and Wang Liam is still drinking only first one.
Right. Yeah. Are they full? No, they're empty. Already.
No, they're empty already. Yeah, so he already.
So he had no time to remove them. All right. This really reminds me of this story. Maybe I already told you this, Angelica,
Yeah.
about Igor. Yeah, Igor Kovalenko, when he arrived for a critical game in the decisive game of European Championships with Black, and he put on the table couple of chocolates, couple of fruits, drinks. It was very nicely in order. That's like sending to the opponent a message. I'm here for a very long time, even though I'm playing with Black. That was so nasty trick, and he won the game in the end. Indeed, maybe the psychology played a big part. I don't know.
But yeah, let's get to a serious note. Okay, rook c2 was played. It was the last move. Wait.
Knight g4, no, you can't do that. Rook e6, maybe? Rook e4. Oh, actually, why not? Attack the pawn on a4.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a fan of Jules. I tell you honestly, he is doing some miracle here from this terrible position he had in an opening, the Frenchman is showing he is a very fierce defender.
Absolutely.
And you don't see this often against
Yeah.
Le Quang Liem because Le Quang Liem's technique is iron. I mean, usually he smacks down his opposition when he has the grip on the position. And here, the French champion is saying, I'm not going to back down.
And here, what you want to look, maybe something like Queen C8. Queen C8, but maybe then Rook E8 just back, yeah? Because if King
you saw this
H7, Queen
idea.
F5, yeah?
That's really nice. You can't play G6. No, this is a big problem.
Yeah, but I think just Rook E7, right? Rook E8, sorry.
Yeah, Rook E8, you're right.
And now, how can you protect?
You go back, and then the position just repeats. Oh, wait, did it repeat? Yeah, it repeated because the queen was on C6.
Maybe Queen C8, Rook E8, and Queen C4. Idea is to offer a trade. Okay, he actually offers a
He
trade.
goes for
like-
your idea, Angelica. If you take on A4, this is a big blunder. There's Rook E8 check.
Yeah.
You can't play Rook E8. This would overload. I mean, what overload? The
But
queen
you
is simply left.
you queen yeah.
Yeah, the queen is left defenseless, but here would be the overload.
Yeah.
So Rook E8 drops the queen, and if Black plays after Rook C8 check King H7, there's Queen E5 check. Only way to play G6, and this is simply an extra piece for White. So that's why Queen B5 is actually a trick. But at the same time, the Vietnamese grandmaster is trying to simplify the position. Then again, look at the position. Black is very active here.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget, I mean, Jules Moussard is the only player who has all the draws so far. But at the same time, Le Quang Liem is the only player who had not yet had any draws at all, and he lost only one game, winning 4 out of 5. So it's a
Right.
huge, huge clash, you know? It's a clash of the person who is normally winning or losing, so he's not playing draws, and the clash of the person who has drawn all the games.
Now the big question is, can we kill this pawn? Can I take Queen B5, take it, and Rook B4? That's the first thought in my mind. Okay, if Queen A4 doesn't work, can I eat this pawn for free?
So the first move is, of course, B6, I think you're looking
B6
at.
and knight E5.
Yeah.
And if you play Rook C6 to protect this pawn, I'm going to take it. And I think eventually these pawns trade, leaving 3 pawns versus ruined 4 pawns at the king's side, and that should be a draw.
But maybe Rook C8 check instead, like instead of Rook C6, Rook C8 and Rook B8.
Yeah, but I don't think there's no change anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, you trade
Yeah, you
these
have to
pawns.
trade, yeah.
You have to trade, and that's a draw. So that could be a move. But wait, there's another move for White. What about Rook C5?
There is some information found in the internet about Moussard that he won the silver medal at the World Youth Championship in under 10 category in 2004, and he was tied with Yu Yang-yi, who was gold medalist.
I forgot to mention this. Yeah, this is also what I gathered from my information gathering session before even the start of the festival. I just forgot to mention this. Indeed, yeah. So when they would have played against each other, it would have been nice to mention that they actually already met like 20 years ago when they were very small kids.
Yes.
It's actually very similar, like with Magnus Carlsen and with Jan Nepomniachtchi, because they also played. What year was this? It was in Greece, whichever World Championships, because Greece was holding Halkidiki, I think it was. They were holding these World Championships several years in a row, and in one of them, Jan Nepomniachtchi won the tournament. Became the champion. He was the first. Magnus Carlsen was the second. I guess who was the third?
Corona? No, Corona is
David Carlo.
younger. Yeah.
Yeah, so all very well known names.
Yes.
obviously, right? But here I don't remember 2003, 4 something. So a long time ago. All right, Queen B5 actually is played. Rook B4 is played. Now, if Rook C5, actually Black can push this pawn forward,
Yeah.
at
No.
least in some lines. Wait, maybe give a check here. B6, knight E5.
But maybe actually B6 first, because there is no knight D5 and there is no Rook B6 because Rook C8.
Okay. Actually,
No,
maybe this is
yeah.
smarter.
Yeah, and now Rook A5.
And if I go now
Knight D7?
knight E7, fair point. if he go here, well, that's another 2 hours.
Oh no.
That's another 2 hours here because it's a game you can play forever. I mean, forever, forever. And I think that
Replay.
Kwang Liam has to do it. I mean, he has no choice. Yeah, at the stake in this game is the win of this tournament. Because, again, let me just show you the rankings. Those are the rankings right now. If Keimer does not win his game, unlike Kwang Liam who wins, then he's the champion.
Absolutely.
It's really so simple. And tomorrow, Kwang Liam plays for Black against Navarra, right?
Yes, and
So he is definitely a bit concerned about that game. So if he can secure something today, he is going to do it today.
indeed, and David Navarra is long time already probably in his hotel room. He's praying for both players to play draw, and to get to win, so that he also has chance tomorrow. Because actually, if the players are not, so if Kwang Liam is not winning, he's playing a draw, and tomorrow David Navarra, in case he's winning, then he's actually could be first according to the chess 960.
But I mean, it's still too early
Yes,
to make
of
these
course.
conclusions because 2 games are ongoing and we still do not know what's going to happen. Because if Kwang Liam can win this game, yeah, I mean, after the opening, I would say he has
Yes.
like 70% chances, 80% chances. Now it looks more like a draw. So the Frenchman is putting up some very good resistance here. By the way, speaking about Vincent Keimer, I think we also have to have a look at his game because pretty sure more moves have been already played there.
Absolutely. Let's go to our another leader, Vincent Keimer, in his game against Bassem Amin. We had a discussion earlier in that rook and bishop against rook with knight, that there could be potentially
Yeah, I told you this.
could see rook against the rook and the knight.
Well, okay, if we go back a very long way here, I had a feeling it might go here because this pawn eventually will be given up for the bishop. Black will try to grab some pawns at the king side, and that's exactly what happens. So king d5, c5, knight c6, without focusing too much on the quality of the moves. c7, takes, rook takes on g2. And now the big question is this position winning?
That's a huge question because even though there is still a knight and king is kind of active, the pawn on f3 and h3, they could fall. And there should be always protection of one of the pawn.
Also,
that's
king
a huge.
e7 is a big threat.
Yes.
So you can't give a check here. And let's say rook g3, I think that's a major problem.
Yeah.
Actually, you need to watch out even for mate. Oh wait, there's no mate. I was looking for knight f5.
I thought rook c8, you mean?
Or maybe even this. Looks just very clean. Or does it though? Look clean?
Knight f5,
There's no mate.
g4.
There's no mate.
Yeah, there is no mate. Wait.
So wait. But this looks definitely quite something. So once again, king, rook g3, king e7, takes here.
Maybe just king
Knight
f7.
e6.
Knight
Just
e6,
knight
yeah,
e6.
yeah.
You protect this pawn. Keep it protected. And g4, you just even take the rook, I guess. Or oh wait, look at this, Angelica. There's actually mate on the board.
Very beautiful with a
Nice.
cute little pawn.
All right. But Bassem played something else. Look at that. G4. Did I just hallucinate this? Or he just gave up a pawn?
Okay, wait. What about hg h3? So he wants to.
He is preparing an escape route for the king. That's why he's doing this. But wait. Was it so demanding? I thought you have to cock like this also. I mean, I didn't even get there. I'm sure Bassem did this, right? So, I mean, we've been doing
Of
what?
course.
Like checking this game for 3 minutes. He's been sitting there for 6
3
hours.
hours.
So, of course, he sees a lot more than we do. Maybe here. That was the idea. And he didn't see the next move, what to do against king e7. So let's say here. I think that's the point. I mean, Bassem
Yeah.
simply did not see what else to do. And G4 is like the desperate try. Okay, with which pawn do you want to take? My intuition says me f takes on G4 without thinking. Because I don't want to give you the pass pawn.
Yeah, rook d3. So now the idea is to try to try to take all the pawns.
And if I go here, the same idea.
Then there could be take.
And there's no
take.
more mate anymore.
And now king g5, and the pawn is, I think, falling, right? There is no way to protect by the knight.
That's the key idea. This is what Bassem wants. But I guess there's something wrong with this because the bar disagrees. The bar says, sorry, I mean, your position is totally hopeless. I'm sure there's some mate ideas. I was thinking about rook c8, you know, try to somehow combine the mating net, but I always see there's this intermezzo check. Here, takes. Maybe knight e6. I mean,
no,
I
rook
wanted to
G-
give a check here and try to checkmate you.
Rook g3 maybe? Or rook d3 check first. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a check first and now go here. But I think the king comes
Yeah.
closer.
Maybe just rook d3.
I mean, it should be
yeah.
a win. It should be a win. But h takes on g4 is played by Kamer, not f takes on g4. I mean, this is something we did not yet manage to have a look at.
I mean, we were saying that there could be an h pawn, a protected, I mean, not protected, but a passer.
Ah, wait,
So-
but it's going nowhere. You always play rook c5, rook h5, of course. Of course, so Kamer is just winning. So h3, rook c5, h2, rook h5. This pawn on f3 is always protected. That pawn is going to fall, most likely at some point. So think about king d5, king e4, king f3, knight f5. Slowly, slowly get the pieces closer.
Was it then just a hallucination by
mean,
Egyptian
Maybe he was just
grandmaster?
losing. No, maybe he was just losing here. Although, okay, I can again check the engine. You know, it's not very fair because the players don't have access to it. So, engine says rook d2.
Yeah.
Okay, what the point
That
of rook
was,
d6? I don't follow. What's the point? So, rook a2, top choice of the engine. And what's the big idea? I go here, give a check, king e6, go here, or rook a2, doesn't really matter. And hold this. And white still would have to prove. Yeah, indeed, I get this was the critical idea. And
Yes.
if you go here, then you're no longer attacking the pawn on f6.
Then maybe even rook a6.
Check
Ah, actually, yes. Now this is...
here and go back. Right, so he had chances. He had chances to hold this. It's very difficult, of course, but I think this g4 was simply too hasty. And again, we have to write this down on the energy. Because at the end of the day, Bassem has been defending this game for, if we count out the opening, for 4 or 5 hours. It's been very unpleasant. He came very close to a draw at some point. Still not quite drawish, but pretty close. Yeah, now after h6 and g4, I think there's... Wait, I think he made a move, right? h3, yeah, h3 is on the board.
h3 is on the board. I mean, we assume that rook c5, rook...
I think rook c5 is just the easy move, no? Because you can't give a check. I was thinking maybe there's a check you can't play rook e5. Or maybe rook e to rook e5. I thought maybe that's a trick. But I mean, this rook is under attack. You can't do it. You can attack the knight. Maybe just play king d5. No?
Knight f5, maybe?
What?
Maybe not king e5, knight f5?
Yeah, but there's all kinds of checks you want to do. Wait, and king g5, king e4 is a move. Wait, just a second. Suddenly, maybe it's not so. Maybe it's not rook c5. Because this rook d2 could be quite a defense. Okay, what about king e7?
H2.
H2?
And now you have to almost always give check, no?
No, not king g7. Okay, I should switch off the engine. It's simply messing up with me. King h7 engine says it's draw.
King H7. Okay.
The only move.
And rook.
Wait, let's just figure this out.
I mean, you have two moves, right? Actually, three maybe.
There's also here.
Yes, rook c8, rook c5,
Rook c8
and
is on
rook
the board.
c1.
Rook c8 is on the board. h3, rook c8 is on the board.
Now maybe king g7.
It makes sense. h2, rook h8. This pawn is going nowhere. Rook d2, king d5. I guess should be just a win, right?
And king g7,
Although, wait. What?
king g7.
Yeah, I just wanted to check if black goes forward first. I mean, here. You see, it's so easy to make mistakes. h2. What's even happening here? How come?
But wait, you can play king f4 and king e3 is a threat. King f4, rook h3, king e3. No?
Seriously?
King e3. Takes, and you take the pawn.
Oh my goodness. That is
Incredible.
so easy to miss. I mean, I
Absolutely.
would just stop calculating right here. I mean, that's it. I mean, rook 8, oh my goodness, this could actually happen. Look at this, rook h8, king f4. That would have been a devilish trap by the Egyptian grandmaster. Trying to play king g3. Wait. So h3, rook c8. What was it? Rook d2? Okay, king d5 is not forced, but it is so human, right? King g5 and rook h8 leads to a draw. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So after rook d2, what else can happen? Knight f5 maybe. I think it's very easy to get confused here with white. So
h2 is on the board. Rook h8 is on the board.
2. So he rushed with rook h8.
He played like immediately rook h8.
Now what does it change?
No, I think, again, this rook d2 idea, yeah?
Yeah, but maybe, no, king g5 is more human, no? And I give you a do I give you a check? Check, here, takes, and here. What on earth is this even? Oh, wait, can you play? You never can play rook g1. So g5, there's no rook g1 because there's knight e2 check and rook takes on h2. King f2, rook h2, and that's it. So I think we might see something like this. King f6, king g3, g5, and you have no time for something like this. This is simply too slow. g6 here, g7, white also advances. I mean, it is very, very complex endgame, but you have to give a lot of credit for the Egyptian grandmaster for finding these resources. I don't think that Keimer knows for sure that he is winning. I mean, yeah, we have the bar. The bar says, yes, big mistake up and down, but from a human's perspective, this g4 is very interesting. Maybe he shouldn't have rushed with this, but again, the players are tired. And he sees that this gives him some drawing ideas with h3, king g5, king f4, king g3. I think they're backed with some probably inaccurate calculation, and that's why he went for this. 70 minutes for Keimer.
Absolutely.
Now king g5 is played.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, of course, Bassem has to try to do.
Yeah, but now this looks, unfortunately for Bassem, a bit straightforward.
That's why I wanted first to play rook d2 and then rook e2 check. This is the idea.
Yeah, but it's still difficult to calculate, right? It's still difficult. I mean, because you have the pass pawn, you
Yeah.
want to push it forward. And if indeed this was the key defense, like where was this? After rook c8. If this was the key defense here, king g5, rely that rook h8 is a mistake because you have king f4. Oh my goodness, I mean, you can't really blame the Egyptian grandmaster for not finding it because it just doesn't look very human. It drops the pawn and you just stop the calculation. Maybe that was the chance. Of course, Keimer didn't really have to go rook h8. And the bar says he's completely winning. But then again, how? Maybe king e4.
Yeah.
King e4, king h4, knight f5 check, and now rook h8. Easy to miss.
Absolutely, very, very easy, and still the threat. Still the pawn on h2.
Okay, so let's try it again. Check. What do you do?
Looks like king f4, right?
King f4, you gotta play. I mean, king g6, sorry, makes no sense at all. I mean, this pawn is never promoting. That's it. You can just basically resign. So you gotta play forward. I take it. What do? You gotta push your pawn, right? I mean, otherwise, what you're doing here? Knight e6. This pawn goes forward. My logic says there's gotta be a win.
Yeah.
So I guess you want to play
King g3.
king g3. I play g5.
Maybe rook f2, but it's too slow, right?
Maybe here. Attack the knight.
And king g2 with h1.
Right. So
But I think this knight and 2 pawns, even if rook gets sacrificed for the pawn, I think it's just too strong. Knight, king, and 2 pawns.
but how do you keep the 2 pawns? That's the question, because I can also take on f3. Think about knight f5, I take it. g6, I go here. g7, I go here. And that's... How is it winning? I don't get it.
I mean, some trick.
Come on, you can't go there from afar.
Yeah, of course, you don't know that it's winning.
Not like this. Okay, where's the win? Queen g8. Queen g8 is a mate. Oh, come on. Nobody plays like this.
Yeah, because you cannot play king f1, there is a fork.
That's a mate. There's some forks.
So the only
you lose
move
the
is king f2.
Yeah.
King f2 is the only move.
And now, queen a2.
Oh my god.
King g1 is the only move, and you slowly approach. You slowly approach, like a spider.
But you cannot play because queen is...
Okay, let's,
okay,
let's not do this because it's never happening. King f7. That's the same. It doesn't change anything. King f7, king f4. I think the pawn on f6. Oh, wait, there's rook h3 also. Stopping the king on g3, but I would still play king f6. Rook h3 looks like a move to consider because it makes the king's march to the pawn and on the pawn to g3 much, much longer. Rook h3 is on the board. In the meantime, we get a word that Jules Massard is getting closer to a draw.
They're trading the minor pieces. And there is a pawn. Yeah, it's a draw.
That's indeed a drawish position. So whatever chances the Vietnamese grandmaster had, they're gone. He gave up this pawn. Wait, how did this happen? So he did push the pawn on b6. He did play rook c8. He did play bishop c5. Oh, he just missed knight x on b6.
But how? Oh, okay.
Intermezzo move. And what did he miss? Rook c6, maybe he hallucinated rook b1 check.
Oh.
He simply hallucinated. I think he saw from afar rook c6.
Yeah.
He wins a pawn, and that's how he missed it. And now the final position is just a draw. So that means that the game is on. Lekwang Liam is not going to win the tournament today. Actually, there's a very fair chance he's not even going to be a leader after today, because if Winsenheimer wins and everything looks like he's going to win, then we have a new leader after today. If the game indeed finishes how it finishes, and that will be Winsenheimer.
Indeed, absolutely. And actually, in the last round, so tomorrow, we're going to have the matchups. We are going to have Lekwang Liam against David Navarro, and we are going to have Vincent Keimer against Arjun Arigaisi. So it's going to be...
Vincent plays with white?
Vincent plays with
Should be black.
black.
He should be black.
It's going to be a very tough time. Like, I love that we have like basically intrigue till the end of the tournament. So
Of course, of course.
this is
Makes all the reasons to come back. So there you see the players are deeply concentrated. Not sure how much closer I can zoom in, not to disturb the players. So Bassem still has, maybe I'll zoom out slightly. Bassem still has half an hour on the clock. I don't think he wants to sit all of that half an hour. And do we have the results updated, by the way, the overall rankings? I do not think so. All right, I think we are going to get it in a moment to show you the current standings. What can you show? Because the game is still ongoing, of course. Sorry, it's not me.
already wanted to finish the.
I already wrote a draw, but obviously the game is still obviously ongoing. So pardon me. Pardon me. I mean, that would be nice, right? Imagine the arbiter comes by the place. Listen, this game is going to finish in a draw anyway. Draw agreed. I did it for you. No, I mean, of course, Lekwang Liam is still playing, but I don't think nothing is going to happen there.
Yeah.
All right, it's still ongoing, of course.
Yeah, because I started talking about the pairings for tomorrow, so maybe it's got you confused.
All right. All righty. So what do you do if you are Amin Bassem? How do you complicate matters? King e3? I guess white plays knight f5. King f2. You march for this pawn. I eat it. Oh, wait, maybe there's a faster way. Just knight h4. That's it. So, is there a trick to capture the knight? Here, here, here? I'll just rook g2, checkmate. Wait for it. Takes, king f3. Now that will be a suiting finale of this game, right? So
Yeah.
this pawn is kept. The knight is not so important. What is important is that white keeps this pawn alive and white wins. I can easily imagine this happening. So, once again, king e3, knight f5. That's a check, and knight h4 is a big threat. Here and here. You can't give up this pawn. Rook g3, just take it. King g1, it's just a win, yeah? Take, rook h2. So it could actually lead to this interesting finale.
Indeed.
What else? I mean, there's no other move. What else? I mean, here? Maybe here. Now you give a check.
But even knight f5 is fine, no? Knight f5 stopping the king.
Of course, yeah. Oh, wait, after knight f5, I might still threaten to take these pawns. Here,
Okay, maybe it gives chances, yeah?
knight h4, king g5, go back. Still prolongs the game.
Yeah, maybe yeah, knight e6 just.
Okay, knight e6, king e5, which is the wrong direction. Here, and just f4. I think Winston's got this. So he's right now double checking all the lines. He's just double checking the line. I think once again he's in this line right now, making sure king e3, knight f5, king f2, knight h4. What was it? Rook g1, take it, here, check, take it, here, king f3, knight e3, resignation.
Yeah,
I
very
think it might
beautiful.
happen easily on the board.
Absolutely. Arthurs, if you forgive me, would you let me to take care a little bit of the beauty awards, because it's also very, very important for the other open
I forgive
tournaments.
you. Officially.
I'm going to be back very soon.
All right. I'm going to keep you to your word. All right, Angelica is gone for the moment. That leaves me alone with you, dear viewers. There's, of course, a lot of things happening in the background, which is organizing these beauty awards. New tradition by the Biel Chess Festival, which has got pretty good response so far. The number of the admissions increases all the time. And the players who are participating in the Most Beautiful Game award are being awarded by some non-cash prizes, some souvenirs, but also not only the winner, but also the loser. And that makes sense, of course, also for everybody to play out the combination until a logical outcome. And that's what sometimes actually annoys me a little bit, playing from the stronger side if the opponent doesn't allow the combination to be played out and then resigns anyway. So it has happened before. So the question is, how long is it Amin Bassem gonna take here? Because in the end, you gotta make a move. So I'm pretty sure he's not gonna spend again those 27 minutes he has. There's no need. He could do that, of course, but there's no need. And he's just looking for this one resource, because all you need is this one resource. So maybe let's go back to the game of Le Quang Liem, which is still surprisingly, wow. There's some action, actually. How did this happen? We already buried this game, and it's still continuing. So, Le Quang Liem against the Frenchman, Jules Massard. We left it here. After 9b6, I can only assume there was a miscalculation for the Vietnamese Grandmaster. It's not like he was winning, but I was thinking that this position, he could get some sort of aversion, 4 pawns versus 3 at the king side, rook and bishop versus rook and knight. And that he could play forever. What happened is that he included this bishop c5, and I think he hallucinated that there's rook c6 attacking the rook and the knight, only to miss rook b1 check. I'm pretty sure this happened, otherwise this line simply doesn't make any sense at all. So rook c7 was played instead, check here, knight a4, or maybe he actually saw he's winning the pawn on f7, because after king g6 is rook b7. Difficult to tell. Knight a4 was played, bishop d4, king g8, e3, rook b4. Now the pawn is gone. Rook b7, g4, knight b. Black gave up the pawn willingly. Otherwise, the knight on a4 is excluded from the game. So you gotta do this. Takes, rook f7. This is how white won the game. But the major problem is this passed pawn, which is running forward very, very quickly. Here, 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 and now black plays g5. So I guess you want to create passed pawns at the king side, but in the end, it's simply impossible for white to win, because the rook on a2 is not participating in the fight at all. So one of the most important rules of rook endgames is you should be having an active rook, an active king, and white doesn't have both of them. So let's try to push a little bit, couple of pawns. Let's say 4. Black is going to trade. Most likely, black is going to play h5 to force more trades. Takes, here, here, and here. And now the question is, how does white even advance? Even though he has 2 connected passed pawns, they're not moving anywhere. White waits, black waits. White cannot move with the rook, there's always a2. If white goes with the king towards the queen side, black collects these pawns. If white pushes forward one of those pawns, they get blocked and eaten. So this is simply, again, a draw. Not going anywhere. What else is here? Maybe white can run with the king towards the pawn on b3. let's say here, here, or maybe perhaps let's start with rook a4, a bit more precise to attack the pawn on g4. h3, h5. Black wants to trade a couple of pawns. G takes, king h6. Here, 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 here. But to be honest, I can't imagine white ever winning this because the king is so far away. And there could be even a forced draw. Like, okay, probably I can avoid the rook trade, but I'm looking for some forced draw with trading the rooks. King g4, king f3, and just take it. It's also a draw. And that means, of course, I mean, black can even include g4 first. And let's say king f3, king c4, and now play g4. I actually win the game. So okay, I mean, white has to be a bit accurate here. So then take it, and g3, g2, g1 just wins. So king f1, king g6, king e2. Now, the Frenchman needs to be a bit accurate. I would say rook a4, probably. But then again, I think h5 should be pretty much fine. h5, g takes, king h5. White is black is advancing the king. h3, takes. Here and here. Maybe this is the best chance that like Wang Liam has. But then again, I mean, he needs to march with the king on b3. And let's say I go here. And just wait for a moment. Like a move. How many moves do I need? Just wait. Just wait. And when the king gets to b4, I just attack this pawn on f3. Rook a3, rook f3. These pawns are not holding together. No, it's just a draw. It's just a draw. I mean, I don't imagine how like Wang Liam can win this, but of course he has to fight it out. And playing the game at the 7th hour, all kinds of mistakes can happen. I'm not really sure if we are going to have both interviews, because normally we invite the players. It would be great to hear, for example, what Vincent's going to say if he wins his game. He's still playing. Amin Bassem still has made his move. But we also have to respect the players because they have a very tough schedule. They have been playing very long games, and today the coverage of these lasting 6.5 hours. They're still playing. They were playing long games yesterday. And I felt a bit guilty yesterday, to tell you honestly, because when Keimer had played his game against David Navarra, this very interesting and entertaining game, we invited them to the studio, and they were going through the game, analyzing it for like, what was it, 20 minutes. You could see they're tired, right? So we definitely appreciate them also taking their time, answering our questions, answering the questions of the viewers, although they're tired and they want to get to the hotel as quickly as possible and rest for the important matches the next day. So I guess we are going to see, simply. So I can't guarantee we are going to have interviews. If one of the players is going to agree, fine, but be ready that they might not be willing to give interview after a very long day and still one more game to play tomorrow. So, Frenchman is thinking. Maybe he's choosing between rook a4 and h5. So he's got to know that this is a draw. He's just looking for the cleanest way. Yes, and there's a question in the chat. The last round tomorrow starts at the same time. I could show you perhaps while we have time. Just a second. There you go. You see that's the schedule we have. Today is July 25. round 6 of the GMT. Tomorrow is the final round of the GMT tournament. It starts 2 p.m. Central European time as usual. The GMT festival concludes, but as you can see, we have one more day because it's the MTO tournament. The tournament which is being run in parallel, and since they have a 30-minute delay of the broadcast, actually the GMT tournament does not. The MTO tournament has. We are going to start our broadcast half an hour later because simply there's no reason for us to come at 2 p.m. because there's going to be no games for you to show. That's why the schedule is starting half an hour later. And it's going to be really tricky for us to do the analysis because, I mean, they're sometimes walking past. So we're going to discuss this with the tournament organizers, how to properly organize this. All right. So what do we have here? King E2. No more moves. Windsor-Keimer, maybe. There's some moves being played. I think it makes sense to switch to the camera of Keimer against Amin Bassem. I'm going to leave the live camera from Jules Massard game so that we can follow both games at the same time. So again, you see the small camera. The live position is from Wang Liem against Jules Massard. And the big screen is, and the camera obviously is Winston Keimer against Amin Bassem. Knight f5 check, king h2. Wait, Winston did not play knight h4. I thought knight h4 was very straightforward. Okay, king f6, probably nothing wrong. King g1, g5. That's a bit surprise. h1, rook h1, king h1. Wait, is this so obvious? g6, I guess. Here. g7. Here. f4. So you're going to play king f3, that's a fork. Rook g4, maybe. Knight h6, rook f4, king e5. Okay, it's a win, but it just looks a bit more complex than it should have been. I can only conclude that the Keimer didn't see knight h4. I mean, knight h4 was immediately winning. It was just forcing matters, and perhaps this is something that Bassem was expecting. Because again, knight h4 just attacks the rook. You want to take on h2. It was so forcing. Here, 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 rook g2, takes, here, knight e3. Maybe he didn't see this final move, knight e3, but Vincent has worked out another win, which looks quite complex, but yet it wins. He wants to play g7, knight h6, promoted at the same time not to lose the spot on f3, preferably not with a check. We are seeing on the small board the Frenchman against the current overall leader. He has played h takes on g4, h takes on g4. It's also going in a way we are discussing, and rook a4, I think, will be played by the Frenchman momentarily. Oh, wait, after rook a4, maybe White can play king d3. And not f3. Okay, so you still need to be a bit accurate from Black's perspective. But let's first stick to this position. Keimer against Amin Bassem, because I have a feeling that it's gonna finish pretty quick. So once again, g7, forces matters. There's no rook move with the black rook. You gotta play king of 2. f4. So far, so good. Black gonna play king of 3. There's a fork. Okay, maybe black can play here. knight h6, king f3, f5. This pawn promotes, white wins. Nothing is happening. So if black plays rook g4, knight h6, attacks the rook, is about to promote, take, king e5. There's no move here, there's no move here. Resignation. No, I think that Kaimer has got this. He chose a bit complex victory here, but it works. Unless, of course, there's another move like knight h4. Knight h4, defending the pawn, attacking the rook. Let's say rook here and here. But then you need to watch out because let's say rook g5, queen takes, this could unexpectedly end in a draw. But I can't imagine Winston ever missing this. Here, 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 and the white king is not in time to protect the pawn. Knight h4 actually is played. So, I guess he's simply going to play f4, f5, knight g6. Okay, that's his idea. f4, f5, knight g6. Okay. I don't think we are going to see any more moves here. Maybe one or two, but not for long. And Kaimer is winning this. Yeah, very complex. But, you know, sometimes the mind of the player chooses the most complicated continuation. A win is a win, indeed. Our chat says, I agree. That's what matters. I think that everybody is going to agree that it's always better to take perhaps not the most beautiful, but the ugliest victory over the most beautiful loss. Right? A win is a win. And at the end of the day, what matters is that you have won the game and you're leading the tournament. So let's just wait until Kaimer officially scores the victory here, because again, f4, f5, knight g6, that's it. There's no defense at all. Now it's only about the acceptance for Bassem, who has been leading very difficult defense. Of course, he is not happy with his performance in the tournament. He was looking for more. And if one tournament was going well for the Egyptian Grandmaster, that was the Rapid tournament, where he was doing well. He finished, I already forgot, 4th place, something like that. He had a good result. Final trick, rook g3. He waits if white is not going to miss g8. Resignation is on the board, and this means that Vincent Kaimer becomes the new leader of the overall rankings and overtakes the Vietnamese Grandmaster Le Quang Liem. This could be one of the most important moments of Vincent's career, of course, besides the fact that he was 2nd place finisher, if I remember correctly, in the World Rapid Championships last year. But anyway, in the classical tournaments for Vincent, this is amazing. His 5th return to the Biel and finally fight for the 1st place. It means a lot to him. You can be sure about that. So congratulations to Vincent. I'm not sure he's going to join us. I'm going to ask him. He's going to pass us probably in a couple of minutes. But we have one more game, which is ongoing, and that is Le Quang Liem, who is desperately pushing for a victory against Jules Massard, but nothing probably will happen here because, again, black just waits. Rook a8, rook a7, rook a8. And at the right time, he's going to play rook f8 and attack the pawn on f3. Maybe there's even a simpler draw. The camera is stuck for the moment. We are going to wait for it to unstuck. It happens all the time. So don't you worry about this. All right. So the question is when it's going to get unstuck. All right, f3. What's the time situation here? 8 minutes for Jules. 23 minutes for Le Quang Liem. But it's difficult I'm not sure if Vincent wants to join us. How are you feeling? You want to join? Very good. That's the fighting spirit. All right. What about Bassam? Bassam, do you want to join us? All right, perfect. Both players are going to join us. So let's make it very short break of something like 2 minutes. Both players are going to join us here and give you direct insights into their very long, tiring game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment.
We are back to the studio of the sixth round of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Vincent Keimer has just won against Bassam Amin. It was a very exciting game. There was some huge chance to win earlier, but somehow the fight was always ongoing. Bassam was trying to still to hold. Maybe you could share something from the game.
Yeah, okay, so I prepared something for today, which is, I mean, it's not nothing too special, but as always, you know, if you have like a 3,700 machine on your side, it's easier to make the moves. So, yeah, I mean, d5 is fine. Of course, you can also play whatever, yeah? Yeah, and I think, okay. Like, I know it's like kind of a similar structure you can get from some exchange Caro-Kann, and okay, always in the structure, the issue is this bishop on c8. And I think actually Engine was suggesting that queen c7 is like the only move that equalizes here, and even this was kind of difficult. So, I mean, yeah, the way you played in the game was like kind of very natural.
I played very bad, of course. Yeah, like I lost so many times. Bishop f5, bishop c8.
Yeah, but okay. Always I have this idea of going knight e5 quickly, so I thought it's a very tricky position. But yeah, I was already kind of happy, yeah, that I have knight e3, knight g3.
I think I took so many wrong decisions early on, and then I had to suffer.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about knight e4 here, maybe, but I think first of all the issue is that maybe I can already take immediately and go knight g5, and it's hard for you to like really make a move. But also, just you don't really have a next move because whenever you play e6, I can then take on e4, and the bishop is trapped. So, yeah, of course, I mean it's sad to play bishop c8. Yeah, then it's kind of.
Yeah, I mean maybe even bishop g4 and take would have been
this is
still unpleasant, but
I was trying to figure this out. Yeah, and e5.
Actually, this was my plan. Yeah, to play e5, but then.
Queen f4,
and queen f4 is I didn't like, and bishop e3.
Yeah, I mean I was trying to figure.
Yeah, I didn't like this after.
I mean, of course you can play like this, but yeah, I thought you don't really have a way to unpin here. Let's say I will just do something like this, and somehow it's.
No, actually, okay. After bishop e3, I could play like queen c6, but. Bishop is 3. Yeah, here I was
Can
thinking.
you take a7? No, but I can, yeah?
Yeah, you probably can.
But okay, if I have get the pawn and pair of bishops, it's much better, I think, yeah?
Okay, maybe some knight c4.
Okay, but the worst case I will
Yeah,
take.
I mean,
it's-
still losing a pawn, so it was
Yeah.
not so great. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's also it's not so easy for me to break through because I think like, okay, here h4 I was trying to figure out what if this is good, but I didn't really like giving you the g4 guide. I think you wouldn't even play h5, just knight g4 and e5, and suddenly you have some counterplay. So, yeah, but okay, also for you it's hard to make a
Yeah,
move.
to
Yeah,
play a move. Yeah, but
yeah, good. I thought maybe you will start trying with a6
Yeah,
or
maybe
b6, bishop b7
yeah.
or something, but yeah, of course, knight f5 also. I mean, I didn't really felt like I need to
keep the
remove the
yeah.
bishop here, so to me it was much more important to
Yeah,
finally
knight
get.
d7 is also, I think, bad.
But what else?
I mean, even knight e8 would have been better, I guess.
You think?
I mean, I'm not sure, but okay, at least maybe f6 I can play at some point, yeah, and knight to d6.
Yeah, but if I go bishop f4 now and then like knight d6, bishop c2, then I mean f6, but e5 will. Yeah, but okay, what you got in the game was
Yeah.
maybe. But actually, I thought that you were gonna go with the other rook, like play rook d8 and f6.
Yeah, but I didn't see what after. What after what? Okay, maybe just bishop e3 here.
Yeah, and knight b8. This is, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's worse for black, but okay.
Oh, okay, then not this, maybe queen. Yeah.
Yeah,
just
queen somewhere.
queen
Exactly. Yeah, this
here
is what I
maybe,
thought.
yeah.
But okay, now
And
you
bishop
will
is three,
like
yeah.
have to play something like this. Yeah, which I.
Yeah, but okay, e4 you have knight f4.
No, you
and
need
it's
to remove the queen
Yeah,
and probably try with
just give the
b6. But yeah, I mean, I anyway
Yeah.
thought it's good for me. Yeah, it's just that maybe there was at least something to
more play.
do
yeah.
here. But yeah, I mean, okay, I mean, I didn't really see e5, but as soon as I realized that, I just saw this line with knight e4 and felt like, okay, then it should be. Actually, I felt like it should already be winning, but I mean, okay.
Okay, I
then-
thought c4 maybe also.
but
would
if you
push
take on e5, like 2 times,
Yeah, but
and then
Take.
d3.
take, d3, just queen here.
Yeah, it's also not good, yeah.
Yeah,
But okay,
and,
f6, maybe.
Uh,
Because I can't take a5, yeah, there's d2.
actually, you can, because rook d5. But maybe you.
Rook d5, rook e5. You okay, yeah, maybe
yeah,
it
I
works.
mean, it's complicated.
But
yeah.
I felt like this is easier, yeah? Like, I mean, if I just get this more or less forced, I mean, I think h6 is kind of your only move, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't see it. Bishop g5 is very annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought you will go to f8. Because now, if I play the same c4, there was knight takes e5. I mean, with the rook on e7, I always have knight takes c8, and then I was trying this. Queen b6, there's c5, and then I was, trying to figure out how bad this will be for you. I mean, obviously it's not very good, but I was not so sure. Like,
Maybe not so bad. Yeah.
I mean, queen e4, knight h3, dh3, bishop a1, knight c8, rook b7. I mean, should also be very close to lost or lost, but I felt what I got in the game. I mean, okay, I horribly misplayed it, but I mean, if I would have played it normally, I should have won quite comfortably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is just how I managed to mess this up. Yeah, and here, kind of the problem. Okay, I think rook c1 is probably still fine. Yeah, and, I mean, I was planning to play bishop e3, but then I saw that you have actually bishop b3, and suddenly I was not entirely sure. But yeah, I think I should have just played this. I mean, bishop c6, there's knight a5, and if you have to go back, okay, I will play f4. And well, I think this would have been way easier than what I did in the game. Yeah, it's just that I somehow didn't see this bishop b3 move from far, and that's why I didn't. I was trying to do something different, but yeah, bishop g3 I think is a very bad move. Like now you have some play, yeah, and I will.
Yeah, of course, I got a lot of threats at least.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do. I mean, rook d1 seemed still
Yeah.
reasonable, and I think
Oh,
also
knight d8, I think, okay, it was good. I missed knight d8 first, yeah.
yeah, I mean, rook c7, I think just bishop h4, and like everything's holding on, and now I will have some moves soon. But yeah, actually what you did, I mean, the thing is that I also feel like I have to be winning here, yeah, but okay, it might not be that easy, yeah.
Vincent, what was you considering instead of knight d8? So like, have you
Instead
considered
of knight c8
knight
D8.
d8? Yeah.
here. What
Yeah.
else? I mean, I was of course trying knight f5, g5, and then either rook d8 or knight d6. When I'm also absolutely sure that
f4 is
yeah,
always
with f4, I
annoying,
mean, I thought knight d8 is a. I mean, if rook d8, knight f5 is my worst problem, then I think knight d8 should be a quite good move. So that's why.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. I mean, we were low.
Yeah,
on
because
time.
somehow it's simplified, and I think Bassam had got maybe some chances.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Maybe I messed up until here already. Yeah, I didn't feel like. I mean, I played at least bishop g3, which was
Yes.
I mean, a bad move. I was not entirely sure how bad, but I realized it was a bad move, and then here it was more about also making some practical decision. And I don't know. I couldn't really believe that if I get this position, then there's no way to win. Yeah, with 2 pawns up. Of course, I'm not very well coordinated. This knight is very strong. The bishop is a bit stupid, and my pawns are a little weak. But in general, still 2 pawns up, and nothing's falling immediately. But I'm also not sure about knight c8. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not c8 is not good. But
Yeah, I think rook e1 maybe is not.
yeah, okay, so maybe this.
Yeah, but you take and you
no,
give check, yeah?
And,
Rook e4.
and yeah,
I mean, it's
also-
still bad. Yeah, king f2, knight d6, king runs, but
There was also rook, instead of take on g3, there was rook c1, rook c3.
that's also nice.
yeah, I only saw rook d1, rook d3. But of course, yeah, you can do it with tempo. It's much better. No, I mean, that's probably the reason. Yeah, that
Yeah, but okay, it's 2 moves.
Yes.
Like 1 minute, so I just.
Of course, it was very tough.
and then maybe also here rook
Yeah,
e1.
here rook e1 is what I wanted to play, but and with seconds I just give the check.
Yeah, but okay, then here again, I feel like I should have a winning move. Yeah, I mean, what I did was
Yeah, of course, 97 was like what?
no, I saw this idea with bishop f8, bishop g7,
But no
but
bishop.
only here. Yeah, and here I have knight d5, and everything's
Ah,
fine.
rook c3.
And for some reason I didn't see rook d4, and then I realized, okay, oh my god, yeah, like,
So you missed, yeah, the.
yeah, this would, of course. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't go here, yeah. Like, I mean, here I think there were.
Oh my.
I mean, I was even trying to figure out whether I have a serious chance of still playing for a win, yeah. And, I mean, also not sure, yeah. Maybe the check is, like, I don't know. This was also something I was trying to figure out, yeah. Like these kind of positions, but at least I still have chances to win, yeah. So it's not like that clear, but okay. I mean, engines nowadays are too strong, yeah. It could easily be that there's already a draw here, so. But I mean, okay, I mean, I think king e3 is important, yeah. If I just
Yeah.
move my rook and okay, this I don't believe
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
ever win. So. But yeah, then here again, I felt like there were some chances. But actually, I was not so sure, yeah. Like king f5 is good or not. I was really not.
Yeah,
Like
but
king
it
g7 and king
feels
g4.
a bit risky also. Yeah?
Okay, but I thought maybe I will just win here, yeah. Because I threatened king h5, and then.
But okay, maybe some this.
No, it's fine. Rook e2, I will. King h5.
What's king h5? It's mate, yeah? No, it's not mate. I could take.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
Take
just
both,
take
yeah.
all h6 and f7. But yeah, I mean, I was just, okay, it's too dangerous, and I've still also, I mean, I didn't have enough time to calculate, so I just decided that, okay, king d5, I have good chances. I saw that after h4, h5, h4, I have this knight c6, knight d4, and I think then again I should have very good winning chances. I mean,
Yeah, here I was thinking this. What do they play?
okay. I think I probably would have gotten what, I mean, I was trying this, yeah, and said that I will get, but you will have a tempo
but
up for the
that's,
same position, yeah?
Yeah, it's much better version, yeah.
Yeah, that's what okay.
No,
but-
I actually thought, okay, just like you take this.
And take, yeah.
Take, yeah. And now this, take, c6. And, yeah, like
No, but this is dead,
and,
yeah.
my king cannot go through, so
Yeah, might
that's
actually
why I
be.
didn't
yeah,
play.
it's- Yeah, actually looks kind of lost, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but then also, of course, you can just try to stay, but I think at some point then I will find something, yeah, like bring the rooks to c2. I mean, for me, this knight on e7 was always kind of vulnerable, and also now the checks are gone, so I was kind of happy to have this rerouting. But yeah, for me, it was kind of a shock, yeah, that you like gave the piece, and then suddenly I realized that actually it will not be easy to convert this. I mean, I was trying to kind of maybe do this, yeah, but I don't think it really works very well. Like just bishop b8, and
Yeah.
yeah, nothing really happens. But yeah, I think this should be winning, but I was not entirely sure. I mean, just if you go here, I think I will just play rook c8 and rook g8 and look. Your rook will be too far away and I should mate. But yeah, I saw that g4 is still a move, and you know, probably engine says it's winning. You had another move, or?
Yeah, no, but okay. Well, they said g4 is bad, so I mean, what else could be human move to make?
I mean, rook d2, there's rook d6, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, but probably.
If I'm not mistaken, there was some rook d2
Yeah,
and
now
then
g4,
rook
yeah.
a2.
Oh.
I don't know.
a2? But
With the idea that you cannot play king
No, but
e7.
g4, just fg4, yeah, no, I mean. I think with rook.
it's the same, yeah? I mean, kind of what I wanted.
Yeah, actually, this is not bad, yeah? I don't know if I. Probably it's still winning, yeah, just actually. I mean, this. Maybe. How about you give check? No, no. Yeah, I mean, this is. I believe that it's winning, but maybe it's not, yeah?
Yeah.
So what
Yeah,
this-
so here rook a2, it's saying rook a2 and
Just
what
wait.
like-
evaluation?
it's saying some strange moves like rook b6, rook a1, like. um,
Yeah, but okay, and after g4 I missed this rook h3 in the end, and it's.
Yeah, this was I was happy, yeah, then because I think of,
Yeah.
but okay, I don't know why, and I didn't play knight h4. It was like kind of stupid, but yeah, I mean here again.
No, actually knight h4 I was thinking here, yeah?
And rook g1 and king g3.
Yeah, and
but okay, yeah, it's lost. Yeah.
like you go, take, and some rook g3 might be still.
But okay, I'll do
Oh
this.
no, here actually this is mate.
Okay, but still also this is like completely winning. Yeah?
Yeah,
You have no move, just something will push.
yeah, I wanted to get like questa tempo somehow, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, but okay, even I will just go rook h8, rook h8, and sacrifice that pawn and just start running. Yeah? So I
Yeah.
think with 2 pawns,
Yeah,
this
it's
will be
completely
winning.
but-
Yeah, also when we had this knight, of course, you know, my pawns are a little weak, so if you have some good moves and I can't really win immediately, there might be chances. But okay, anyway, yeah, I think I just should have like finished the game when it was possible, and then all of this I could have, you know, not done. Yeah.
Okay, so Vincent, how do you feel yourself of leading right now the tournament, because Liam just finished the draw?
Okay, that's good. Yeah. I mean, of course, yesterday I also had the chance, but yeah, I mean, tomorrow I'll still have a tough game against Arjun with Black, so I'll just look forward to that. I mean, surely this has been my best year in Biel so far, and also in classical +3 is like a very good result for me. So yes, so far chess is going well.
So question to both players, how much action should we expect from tomorrow, from the final round?
Yeah, okay, for me I'll try. Okay, I have white against Yu Yangi. It's he's very solid, of course. But okay, I'll try to have a game at least and see what happens.
And you, Vincent, you'll play Arjun?
Yeah, I mean,
With Black?
he's not the peaceful kind of guy, that's for sure. Yeah, so at least only when it comes to chess. But yeah, I think there will surely be fights. That's for sure. And also, this tournament situation is very tense. I think still like probably 3 players can take first place, and so I think there will be definitely some huge fights. Yeah.
Because the draw tomorrow might not be enough in case David Navarro wins against Le Conglais, and that's
Okay, a lot can happen. Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
we'll see.
So very serious questions are coming from our viewers. You have to choose Oppenheimer or Barbie or Mission Impossible. What would you choose as the cinema?
Mission Impossible, of course.
You know, I've heard so much good about Oppenheimer, so I think I would like, maybe try. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for game analysis, and wish you good luck for the final round.
Thank you.
All the games are over of the round 6 of the GMT tournament here in Biel, and we have a brand new leader. His name is Vincent Kammer. He won a very important game today against Amin Bassev. You just saw them in an interview, also which was kindly joined by the Egyptian Grandmaster. Let's check very quickly what are the results, what are the overall rankings, and what we can expect from tomorrow.
Absolutely. Here we can see the results. We have the 3 draws. First draw was played David Navarro against Yu Yang. Then we had Arjun Ergaisi against Bogdan Daniel Diak. And we just had another draw, Jules Mussart against Lek Van Gliem. But it's Vincent Keimer who is making to the current overall ranking leader with a victory over Bassem Amin.
And that means, as we already announced, he is the current leader of the overall rankings with just 1 game to go. Half a point difference. I mean, Angelica, it couldn't have been closer. So 31.5 for Keimer. Wang Liem now is in the 2nd place with 31. But David Navarra still has a fighting chance. And this is where things get really interesting, because if he would go back to current pairings and check what's happening in round 7. This is the situation you are seeing. Navarra plays tomorrow against Wang Liem, and Vincent Keimer plays a black against Arjun Ergaisi. And Angelica, if my math is correct, if Keimer wins, he wins the tournament.
But if Keimer draws, and
Navarra wins, Navarra wins the tournament. If Wang Liem wins and Navarra draws.
No, it's not possible because
there's 3 winners. There's 3 winners, but we might still have one more interview because before we wrap up things, I see the players are ready. What?
He's leaving.
He's leaving.
Yeah.
Are you ready to talk about the game? All right. So Jules Mussart is going to join us for a moment. Don't go anywhere yet. Yeah. Jules is joining us for a moment. We'll be back in 1 minute. He's going to go very quickly through what happened in the game. Stay tuned. Jules Mussart will be with you and Angelica with some questions shortly.
We're back with Jules Mussart, and the last game has just finished. He just drew against Lek Van Gliem. Jules, maybe something about your game. We chose quite an interesting opening, very unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, I was going for a fight, but it was not really a fight. I was just the punching bag. He was playing everything very quickly, and I was not sure what to do exactly. Like here, I wanted bishop f8 first to avoid this knight e4, but then he comes back to f4 maybe. Then I don't have knight f8 anymore. So, okay, whatever. I mean, I got into this position. Let's make things a bit quick here. And here, this is where I completely blundered twice. I played queen d8. It's just because of some miscalculation. I think maybe knight e4 is a bit tricky because I don't know at all, but something like this, and some rook c8 is coming, also maybe g6. I'm not sure at all if this position is losing or not, but it looked a bit more tricky because like if he goes here, rook c8, bishop moves, pawn takes, everything is coming, some g5 as well. So I don't know, but I play queen d8 just because I completely missed that after here, I cannot go bishop e6. Because I was thinking, okay, we'll play bishop a6, and next move maybe just some g6 or g5 or knight h5. I have some ideas. I completely forgot that my rook is hanging. So he can go b4, for instance, or many moves. I have so many pieces around my rook that,
You thought it's protected.
Yes. So it was a bit of a shock, so I have to take here, queen d3, and here, this is where I almost played rook d6. Because if he takes with the bishop, then I will go knight c5. I will want to take the piece, so he has to take.
You have
take.
the pawns.
I have the bishop pair. It's very nice because queen b6, knight e4, the c3, no, the c3 square, and he cannot go b4 because I take. And this is hanging. The rook is hanging, so he has to go here. But then, I can go a5. I'm not worse here, I don't think. So this was fine. But he can, of course, take with the knight. So here I was going for knight knight c5. So here he can take. I was thinking take. If he takes, then I take. I'm just pawn up. It would be a draw, but I'm not losing. And if he goes back, then knight c2, I'm escaping. So it's fine. And then after here, knight d3, I realized that if he takes with the pawn, my queen is trapped.
Oh no. Crazy.
Completely crazy. And then I was trying to figure out if this is a losing or not. Queen b8, take, because now this knight is trapped. But I think this is very bad. I thought before take rook c1, and I think my knight is very bad, so I don't think I can hold this position. So I thought I will just play this, which is also very bad, but
Oops.
But at least I'm not down any material, so we got into this position, and then, okay, I lost the pawn somewhere. I was in time trouble, I don't think. I have to give up the pawn, but I gave up the pawn, and then we got into this endgame, where I got this trick in that I saw in advance. That was nice.
He missed it probably, yeah?
No, he told me that he saw it, but he thought that after rook c7 he has some pressure, but I thought it's very nice, because if rook b8, I have this knight d7. If rook c6,
Rook b1.
if rook c what?
Wait.
Okay, whatever.
Oh.
If rook c6, rook c4, and it's just a draw. So we got there. So after all these little tricks that I had to find, and it's still not easy to draw. So we got there. Yeah, he took this pawn, and then I think it's just a draw. I have to be a bit careful here. Maybe he has to take. This is better try. I don't know. It's like take and here. But I think it's just a draw, and we got there. Yeah. Rook f8 here. Yeah, I think king a2 is a mistake. He should go rook h2.
So Jules, before the game, you were not scared of Le Quanglian because he won almost all his games?
Yeah, so I was thinking, just when I was coming into the game, I was thinking he only wins or lose, and I always draw. So someone will have, interesting day. Will make some change in his life. So it was not me.
Not change for you?
No change.
How do you feel yourself about the 6 draws?
Feeling good. I think it will be a bit undeserved to lose a game, because I was always pushing in my games and even winning sometimes. So it feels good to hold this one.
Maybe one short question, because we didn't catch you yesterday, about your rest day, because already you explaining to the viewers that you were one of the most adventurous player, because you stayed till the end. Yeah,
but the thing is that it's supposed to be a rest day, and I came back after the whatever we did, and I was completely exhausted. Like, I didn't even prepare. I was running out of energy. So next time I will go a bit slower. No more 1,000 or anything.
Okay, thank you so much for showing something from your game, and we wish you good luck for the final round.
Thank you.
So that was the French champion Jules Massard, who explained what was missed behind the scenes, this amazing queen trap, which didn't happen in the game, but also that would explain some of his decisions he made during the game. Anyway, super exciting game we had. Once again, very quick look of the overall rankings. Keimer is in charge, Le Quang Liem half a point behind. David Navarra can still become the champion of the tournament if things are going to go right for the Czech Grandmaster tomorrow, because it's a clash between Navarra against Le Quang Liem. And Vincent Keimer will have to be very accurate against a very aggressive, usually playing Argenary Geisel.
Absolutely incredible matchups for tomorrow. We're going to be here waiting for you at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time for the final round of the Grandmaster Triathlon, where everything is going to be decided. Will it be German, Vietnamese, or Czech Grandmaster who will win the Biel Chess Festival?
You'll find out tomorrow, and only hear from our broadcast. Come back tomorrow. Have a great evening. Hope you enjoyed the show. Bye-bye.